All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter. Mr. Simpson is again present before the court with his counsel, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Neufeld, people represented by Mr. Darden and Mr. Harmon. Mr. Neufeld, where's Mr. Scheck? Okay, anything we can take up, any other procedural matters, or do we, I guess we need Mr. Scheck for all of our other discussions.
There's one board we had showed Mr. Scheck the other day that I don't know if you looked at. It's a report or a board that shows RFLP results only. And if you'd like, I can show it to you, and then Mr. Scheck, if there's an objection, can articulate it.
There is, or if there is?
If there is one.
Right.
I'm sure there won't be, but.
No, you don't need that, Mr. Farrelly. You can just show it to me. Aha. Want to show Mr. Scheck there?
I think it's cumulative at this point. All these results are already up and on those boards. And to put them up again and again like this, I think becomes unduly confusing. It makes it, I mean, it's hard to keep track of all the results. And if you create another board with the same results yet again, it begins to seem like there's more than there is. So I think it's a 352 problem.
All right, the title of this board is Results of RFLP DNA Analysis, and it purports to collect, Mr. Harmon, is this all the RFLP?
Except we got 117 covered up because that hasn't been reported yet, and those probes are still accumulating. That's why we have it covered up.
And this is all the RFLP testing?
That have been presented to the jury, yes, Your Honor. And the context in which, once you rule on the statistical questions that we still have to resolve, I intend to discuss degradation, contamination, cross-contamination for a short period of time, and then discuss this case with Mr. Simmons as if it were an RFLP case only, and evaluate the evidence in the context of no concern for cross-contamination because of the exquisite sensitivity of PCR. You've heard the slogans all along here, but that's the context that I intend to show this board to Mr. Sims very briefly. If Mr. I mean, it is.
Well, why don't you address Mr. Scheck's two direct objections? One, that it's redundant, and two, that it has a tendency to be misleading because it seems to say that there are additional results more than what's already on the board that we have. That's how I understand Mr. Scheck's.
Yeah, and the third one, of course, is no statistics here.
Well, it's hard to imagine how it would seem to say that there are additional results when, if that's a concern of his, I will make it clear as a foundational question for Mr. Sims that these do not represent additional results. These represent, why, we can dispense with that if that's the concern. You know, the term redundancy, as we discussed yesterday, may have a legal implication to you. But in the scientific context, and some of the articles, the scientific articles by Dr. Edward Blake, the question of redundancy in repeat analyses has a very positive implication that this abuses one of the notions that the defense has cleverly planted in this case. So redundancy is a very powerful word in the scientific context.
All right,
and
well, why don't you
especially in
address
this
my,
case.
my concern, Mr. Harmon?
Excuse me, Your Honor?
Why don't you address my concern?
It is not redundant in the scientific context, and therefore it should not be considered as redundant in the legal context. It is a powerful scientific redundancy that we can, if you want to put a time limit on it, I could do it in 3.5 minutes. If I overstep that, I'll be happy for you to pull the plug on me, but I think it is a powerful point that in the scientific context, that redundancy addresses all of these improbable
You're
hypotheticals.
still not addressing my concern, that it's cumulative, that we already have these results on other exhibits.
Well, this case is cumulative, Your Honor. It is. I mean, that's the point of this. This case is cumulative, and the fact that we have produced an accumulation of scientific results shouldn't preclude us from demonstrating the scientific redundancy. It's not irrelevant. It's not cumulative.
Well, how are you going to use this?
I will ask, I will address it after, maybe the best thing to do is try to address it in the next break after you hear Mr. Sims' testimony and his extensive reliance on the publications of Dr. Blake to address this very point. Maybe that's the best thing. Let me try to lay a foundation for it. And at that point, if you want to put a time limit on, or a number limit on my questions, I'll be happy to. It's not going to take a lot of time, Your Honor.
All right, you're not going to get to this before 10:30.
I will avoid that point. Even if we do, I'll move on and then ask you to reconsider at that point.
All right. All right, we also had the issue regarding the articles that you wanted the court to consider. Mr. Harmon, do you have any other comment?
No, Your Honor, those articles speak for themselves, and they clarify the concerns that Mr. Scheck had yesterday.
I don't think they are. The one concern I had is that they already elicited testimony where they were able to multiply the D1 aceti against the DQ alpha.
Well, I assume this is for the purposes of any motion to strike or any further remedies you might seek if the conclusions that Mr. Sims reached are not supported in the scientific literature.
No, I think that the nature of the objection was that had to do with the level of his expertise to rely on that particular document. That is different than compiling a database. In other words, if you compile a database and you do a study for one particular system, that's one thing. But to claim that he has the expertise to say that you can do a chain multiplication between systems is quite another. That one suggestion in that publication, most recently based on that data, I don't think he has the expertise to draw that additional inference. And if anyone were to do that, it would probably be a qualified population geneticist or biostatistician whom they're going to be calling. So it seems to me that it really is. I understand the court's previous ruling about these systems in place and plugging in the numbers from the database as within this witness's expertise because of the way the systems were produced and established. But I think that this is just an inference beyond which it's really fair for him to comment at this point.
It sounds like relitigating what was conceded now, that he's not supposed to be able to multiply. I mean, if you recall the events of yesterday, we pinpointed it during the break, and so you've already deemed him qualified to do that, and now the question that I perceive, and I know the record bears me out on this, is his sole remaining objection was the independence of these markers, and those articles specifically address that. And so the sole question, the burning question of yesterday was, could he multiply the cell markers by the D1S80 markers? And that question was based on Mr. Scheck's representations that they may not be independent, not that Mr. Sims was not qualified. I appreciate why it's painful to hear this stuff, but that was the issue yesterday, and I think that's the only issue that we addressed in those articles, and the articles are clear.
My point is this: he's not qualified to make the assessment based on this one article recently produced in this context. I understood the court's previous rulings, looking at all this literature and all the foundation and all the cases, was that if, and the foundation that was laid, is that if you have a system which they've created a database, there's been a number of publications and studies, and he is a user, essentially, of the database, and the system that's presented to him can say, I've scored this band or I've recognized this allele, and I go to some published table, and I can generate numbers based on that published table, that was a sufficient foundation in the way the courts were ruling it. His expertise is sufficient to do that. When you're now asking to conduct a chain multiplication of different marker systems, I don't think that this is an adequate foundation in terms of this witness's expertise to evaluate this literature and say it's okay to do this additional chain multiplication. And I think it's evident from the way the numbers rapidly escalate that it's no small matter to say that let's do a chain multiplication of frequencies on the order of 1 in 10 for DQ alpha, then we'll multiply them in a chain multiplication against D1S80 and then polymarkers, and all of a sudden you're looking at much rarer frequencies than you started with. So that is a leap that I don't think this witness is within the foundational parameters this court has set out is qualified to make.
All right, thank you. All right, the objection will be overruled. And Mrs. Robertson, let me ask you to mark these articles that were submitted to the court as court's exhibits for the purpose.
Sure.
Mr. Darden, do we have to now?
Curious.
You're curious? I'm curious about a lot of things. Do we have to do this right now rather than take a jury time? Does it have something to do with Mr. Harmon's presentation?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, let's have the jury. We'll take it up at the break.
May I ask for when the jury be allowed to be heard on the most recently filed motion?
Not now.
I knew that.
Today at 4:30?
Okay.
All right.
Or tomorrow.
Let the record reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And counsel, for your information, Mrs. Robertson advises me that the two buzzes this morning, which on the court's buzzer system indicates the jury has a question. The jury wanted to bring to the court's attention the fact that a article in a publication regarding this case had slipped through the censors, and that one of the jurors had seen it and immediately brought that to the attention of the court. And Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for your diligence in this matter. All right, Mr. Sims, would you please resume the witness stand, please? We'll isolate what it is and show it to counsel at the break. All right, good morning, Mr. Sims.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Mr. Sims, you're reminded, sir, you are still under oath, and Mr. Harmon, you may continue with your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Sims, before we complete the calculations for some of the frequencies that we hadn't gotten to yesterday, are you familiar with through the FBI World Population Study, a large amount of HAY3, the restriction enzyme you use, population data that could be searched for the profiles that were produced in this case?
Objection, Your Honor. 1054, beyond the scope of what we had agreed to with respect to this witness.
Let me see the counsel with full court. All right, thank you, counsel. Proceed.
Mr. Sims, do you recall the question I asked you?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that study in the context that I described it in the question?
Yes.
Okay. Could we have the SOC photo board and the SOC result board? The photo board is 262A, and the result board is 262.
Mr. Fairlow, is it possible to raise the second exhibit?
A little bit, Your Honor, but not much.
All right, once you raise it as high as you can.
While you're waiting, we're just going to go in the order that these stains, the numerical order that they're listed there, and initially discuss the significance of the 11 probe RFLP match that on DOJ 42A1 SOC 13, the Greg Matheson cutout stain, okay?
Okay.
How did you approach your calculations to this 11 probe or 11 genetic marker match between Nicole Brown and the cutout that Greg Matheson made from SOC A?
The approach that I used was to go to the bin tables. Those are the tables that list the frequencies for these RFLP bins or alleles within the bins. And I made a determination based on 6 loci.
Okay, and what significance, so when you say 6 loci, you mean 6 probes,
6 probes,
6 genetic markers.
6 genetic markers.
What significance do those other 5 probes that you did not use in your calculations have in giving the jury some appreciation for how common or rare this match is?
Yes, the idea is that these additional systems are also highly polymorphic. They have great powers of exclusion, and so I looked at those additional loci to check the results of the SOC against the reference sample.
In normal English, could you tell us what highly polymorphic means?
It means that if you were to take 2 individuals at random, there would be a very good likelihood that you'd be able to separate them based on this type of analysis. Any one of those probes is very strong for that purpose.
People are pretty different from one another.
Yes, they are.
As you demonstrated on all of the autorads when it was easy to distinguish from among the 3 reference sources.
Leading argumentative.
Sustained.
Let's get to that.
Could you, just the way we approach the other statistics, could you describe from among the 3 major population groups that you've used in your calculations, the frequency estimate for those 3 groups and the match between Nicole Brown's reference blood and Greg Matheson's cutout stain on the sock?
Yes. For the 6 loci that I looked at, now these are RFLP loci, D1S7, D2S44, D4S139, D5S110, D10S28, and D17S79. The profile detected in stain 42A1 occurs in approximately 1 in 21 billion Caucasians, 1 in 41 billion African Americans, and 1 in 7.7 billion Hispanics, again indicating that this profile is a rare event and pointing out that these are for unrelated individuals.
Now, is there any way to express to the jury what impact those other probes that do those other genetic markers that have not played a role in your calculations have on describing how common or rare the pattern of Nicole Brown's blood is when you look at it and see it in the sock?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Would you please relate to the jury, in your opinion, the impact on those numbers that you've just communicated to the jury in helping them evaluate how common or rare that pattern is?
Objection, relevant.
I'm going to sustain an objection to that question because I think the statistic itself speaks for itself. How common or rare?
Thank you, Your Honor. Do each of those additional tests narrow down the possibilities?
Certainly.
Specific objection to these probes.
Which are we talking about, the 6 or the 5?
Do each,
Sustained.
I'll rephrase it, thank you, Your Honor. Do each of the additional genetic markers that do not play a role in those calculations that you've just presented to the jury, do they have an impact on those calculations?
Overruled.
Yes, they do.
And just in general terms, could you explain that to the jury?
Well, as I started to say earlier, these tests are very good at distinguishing between individuals. And so what we're looking at is more and more genetic markers, more and more places on the chromosomes where we see whether or not a given stain and a given reference sample match. And the more of those that one looks at, the rarer the profile must become.
And, okay. In addition to those 11 genetic markers, your laboratory performed PCR tests on that same stain, is that right?
Yes.
And the results you've already described, DQ alpha 1.1, 1.1, D1S80, 18.
Yes.
What I'd like you to, have you been provided data based on Cellmark's analysis of extracted DNA from the very same stain that you extracted, which demonstrates the commonness or uncommonness of the PCR results in this case?
Yes.
And have you also considered the population data that you have for the PCR markers that your laboratory used in testing the exact same DNA in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Is it possible for an expert to calculate the combined frequency of the polymarker inclusion, those 5 genetic markers, the DQ alpha inclusion by Cellmark, your DQ alpha inclusion, and your D1S80 inclusion, so that you could describe to the jury the commonness or rarity of the match between those PCR markers and the stain that Greg Matheson cut out from that sock?
Yes.
Okay. Have you done that?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Would you please then describe to the jury in the same way that we have? I forgot to have you write up the RFLP results. So when we do the PCR results, let's do the RFLP statistics too. Could you please express to the jury the calculation for the frequencies between, and the PCR markers matches between Cellmark and the Department of Justice?
Yes. Would you like me to step to the board to
If
do
you
that?
just describe that, and then I'll ask you to write in both of those slots there. We've got a patch for one of those boards.
Mr. Harmon, let me ask a clarification question.
Sure.
You mentioned DQ alpha twice
Right. Well,
by both labs. I assume we're only calculating this once.
That's correct. I was going to ask that after we got it up there.
All right,
I'll clarify that in a moment if I could. Do you want to go up there and write out, once you write out the RFLP, if there's enough room for that? And I've got a cover for the PCR.
Can you press just a second on the related issue?
Yeah, with the court board, please. All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Harmon, excuse me, Mr. Sims, have you completed your writing?
Your Honor, I wanted the record to reflect, we have a patch to put over Cellmark's PCR calculations, a magnetic patch, because these will represent, as Mr. Sims described, a different calculation.
All right, and pursuant to our discussions, you'll clarify this question?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Okay, may the record reflect on Exhibit 262, I'm putting a patch over Cellmark's PCR calculations to allow Mr. Sims an opportunity to present the calculations that he's just described. Could you write up the cumulative calculations and the PCR markers between your laboratory and Cellmark, and then we'll clarify it?
Well, let's have a clarification
Okay.
before we write it.
Sure. Now, your laboratory did one of the same markers that Cellmark did, DQ alpha, is that correct?
That's correct.
You didn't count that twice in the multiplication, did you?
No, I did not.
That would not be proper.
That would be very,
Okay. Is that clear, Your Honor?
Is there any other overlap with any of the other probes that we?
Oh, in the RFLP context,
No, in this PCR context.
is there any other overlap
No,
between
Your
any of the other PCR markers? So, and this is purely the cumulative frequency of the combined PCR test results between your laboratory and Cellmark on the Greg Matheson cutout from SOC number 13.
yes, this would be for the 5 polymarker test plus DQ alpha plus D1S.
Okay, would you write the more common frequency and then 2, the less common frequency or least common frequency from among these 3 groups? And you've got 1 in 50,000 to 1 in 6 million. What groups do those represent? And then what is the other group? I guess we haven't explained that to the jury.
The 1 in 50,000 figure comes from the Caucasian data. The 1 in 6 million comes from the African American data. And then finally, I calculated a Hispanic figure, and that was 1 in 150,000.
Okay, Mr. Sims, why don't you stay up there while you're there? We're going to go through the other sock stains, starting with your number 42A on sock 13A in the leg area. What is the frequency for the DQ alpha D1S80 match, which is consistent with the defendant? And the same 3 groups.
Same 3 groups.
Yes, please.
For the African American group, it would be about 1 in 570. For the Caucasian group, about 1 in 520. And for the Hispanic group, about 1 in 1,400.
Okay, could you write the least common from among those 3 to the most common? Or the most common to the least common, please? Okay, and would that frequency be the same for the next sock, 42A3 from sock 13A, the leg area? It's the same results, would that be the same frequency?
Yes, it would.
1 in 520 to 1 in 1,400?
Yes.
Would you write that down, please? And the next stain produce the same results? Would it produce the same sort of frequency estimate?
Yes.
Same range, 1 in 520 to 1 in 1,400?
Yes, this would be 42A4.
42A4, yes.
Yes.
Would you write that down, please? Now, the next 2 stains, 42B1 and 42B2, produce the same results, is that correct? 42B1 and 42B2, those are your numbers from, this is the other sock now, the one with all the tiny dots on it?
This is the other sock, yes.
Okay. did you calculate a frequency for the results in that sock?
Yes.
And what is the range of frequencies, and describe the groups that those frequencies come from?
Okay, this would be for the DQ alpha type 1.1, 1.1, with the D1S80 type 1818. The frequencies would range as follows. I'll give the three groups. The African American calculation is 1 in 8,900. The Hispanic calculation is 1 in 1,300. And the Caucasian calculation is 1 in 990.
Okay, could you write from the most common to the least common, please? Okay, could we move on to the Bundy photo board and the Bundy result board? Photo board exhibit 165 and the Bundy result board 259. Mr. Sims, we're going to shift gears and talk about the combined PCR frequencies for several items that you discussed yesterday. Those are item 47. These are LAPD items. And the first four are from the Bundy walkway: 47, 48, 50, and 52. And then after that, I'll ask you to do your calculations for the combined frequencies between your lab and Cellmark on the three nail items from Nicole Brown. Okay?
Okay.
Could we lower that down, because we're going to start at the top? Is that okay, Your Honor? And we'll move it up as we can. Okay, Mr. Sims, let's start at the top. Item number 47 on the Bundy walkway, the first drop that you analyzed closest to the victims. Did you calculate a combined frequency for Cellmark's polymarker results and DQ alpha results, which included Mr. Simpson as a possible source of that, and your DQ alpha D1S80 results?
Yes.
And in doing so, again, did you not use the DQ alpha results twice?
I did not use the DQ alpha results twice.
Because that would be improper.
That would be improper.
Could you express to the jury what the combined frequency, based on those your calculations, for the three groups that we've been using consistently here?
Yes, the figures are as follows. For the Caucasian group, it would be 1 in 1.8 million. For the African American group, 1 in 240,000. And for the Hispanic group, 1 in 2.2 million.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect, I'm going to put a cover over Robin Cotton's calculations, and Mr. Sims, why don't you write down as we have from the most common to the least common among the three groups that you just described.
Actually, what you might do is allow him to write on the covers and then put it up.
Good idea. Thanks. Right, with that? Sure. Sure. Go ahead and write. You want to do that one down here? Okay, why don't you put it up there and we'll move on to 48. Okay, and 48, the results are the same as in 47, are they?
Yes, they are.
1 in 240,000 to 1 in 2.2 million.
Yes.
Would you write that on the patch, and can we put the patch on the board here?
Yes.
Wrong. No, that's right, I'm sorry. Item number 50, that's another item that you and Cellmark both tested for the same PCR markers as 47 and 48. That's another Bundy block stain.
Yes.
Same results, same calculations.
Yes.
Would you write that down on the patch, and when you're done, put the patch up on item number 50? Okay. We need a little patch on one of our patches, Your Honor, if I could have a moment. Okay, and if you, would you look at the result chart and item number 52, there's not a lot of space over there. Did you produce the same PCR cross lab multiplication for 52 that you produced for 50, 48, 47?
Yes.
And what are those numbers?
Again, that range would be 1 in 240,000 to 1 in 2.2 million.
Okay, and that doesn't change the RFLP result that, or estimate that Robin Cotton is writing there, is that correct?
No, those RFLP results are separate calculation.
I'll move on, if I can come back to that when we got the patch ready, Your Honor. I'll move on to items, the 84 group of items. Okay, Mr. Sims, you've described to the jury the results of your testing, and on items 84, the 3 items yesterday from Nicole Brown's nail scrapings from both hands and nail clippings. Did you perform calculations for the combined frequencies of the results that Cellmark produced on that for their testing for polymarker and DQ alpha, which included Nicole Brown, and then combine them with your D1S80 results?
Yes.
And what are the results of your calculations? What are the frequency estimates for those 3 groups?
Excuse me. This would be for now the polymarker, 5 polymarker loci, DQ alpha, and then D1S80. And the results would be for the Caucasian group 1 in 50,000, for the African American group 1 in 6 million, and for the Hispanic group 1 in 150,000.
Okay. Okay, I'm handing you the patch for item 84A. Would you write down those combined frequencies and put them over in the right-hand column?
Okay.
And are these calculations the same for all three items? The scrapings from the left hand, the clippings from the right hand, and the scrapings from the right hand?
Yes.
Okay, why don't I give you the three separate patches so you can put the number down all at the same time? Okay, place the patch over on 84A to the right over the, it's your DOJ DNA 46B. And the other two patches are a little bit smaller. You put them over your 45A1B from the right-hand clippings. And then your 45B, the right-hand scrapings. Okay, Mr. Sims, you can go back to your seat. Or no, we still have 52. Sims, we've got some patches on patches. Could you write down the PCR combined frequency for item 52 that dropped out in the driveway? Just the PCR testing that was done between DOJ and Cellmark on that stain. Okay, thanks, Mr. Sims. Okay, Mr. Sims, I'd like to shift gears if I can and talk about the possible effects of contamination on PCR versus RFLP, okay?
Okay.
You've already told us that you've relied on the, can we take those boards down, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. You've already told us that you rely on the scientific literature regularly in forming opinions.
Yes, I do.
For a minute. I think you're going to see, we're going to get in an area we agreed we would approach on beforehand, so.
Proceed.
Well, I don't
Proceed.
think we are. Okay.
Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. What journals do you read? Scientific journals?
Well, I read a variety of them. In the forensic literature, I read the Journal of Forensic Sciences, the Journal of Forensic Science Society, the American Journal of Human Genetics. There's a variety of other journals that relate to DNA testing and also to the forensic use of DNA testing.
And how frequently do those journals come out, average?
Some of them are monthly, some of them are 6 times a year,
And is this a rapidly evolving area?
very rapidly.
In what sense?
Well, the technology in DNA technology is evolving at a very incredible rate. It's to me, it's much like computer technology. It's rapidly evolving, and what happens is the advances that come about in molecular biology and genetics are then transferred to the forensic level, and so we're all evolving very rapidly.
Okay. Hey, we're gonna go through some of the articles. I want to ask you initially whether you've read and relied upon them, which is the key word, informing any of the opinions that you're about to express, okay?
Okay.
Have you shared these items with Mr. Scheck?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that's why. All right, let me see counsel sidebar with the report. All right, thank you, counsel.
Okay, Mr. Sims, I'm going to read off the names and titles of several articles and ask you if you read and consider them, and then we'll go through them in certain areas, okay?
Okay?
Have you read an article by Comey and Bedoli entitled Validation Studies on the Analysis of the HLA DQ alpha locus using the polymerase chain reaction?
Is that November 91 Journal of Forensic Sciences?
Yes, it is.
Yes, I've read that.
And Bedoli is Budole. Have you also read and relied upon, in the subjects we'll be discussing soon, a chapter in a book entitled PCR Technology, Principles and Applications for DNA Amplification, Henry Ehrlich, editor, Chapter 17. The title is Applications of PCR to the Analysis of Biological Evidence.
Yes, I have.
The authors are Cecilia von Beroldingen, Beroldingen, Edward Blake, Russell Higuchi, Higuchi, George Sensabaugh, Sensabaugh, and Henry Ehrlich.
Yes.
Have you also read and relied upon an article in the Journal of Forensic Science entitled Polymerase Chain Reaction Amplification and Human Leukocyte, Leukocyte, antigen, oligonucleotide, oligonucleotide, typing on biological evidence samples, casework experience?
Is that the one with Blake as the lead author?
Yeah, it's the authors are Edward Blake, Jennifer Mihalovich, Mihalovich, Russ Higuchi, Sean Walsh, and Henry Ehrlich.
Yes.
Have you also read and relied upon, in the testimony we'll be presenting soon, an article entitled Analysis of Genetic Markers in Forensic DNA Samples Using the Polymerase Chain Reaction in Analytical Chemistry, 1991. The authors are Rebecca Reynolds, George Sensabaugh, and Edward Blake.
Yes.
Have you read and relied upon a chapter in Forensic Science Handbook, Volume 3 by Richard Saperstein, 1993, entitled DNA Analysis in Biological Evidence, Applications of the Polymerase Chain Reaction by George Sensabaugh and Edward Blake?
Yes.
Have you also read and relied upon an article entitled, or a chapter entitled, Applications of the Polymerase Chain Reaction in Forensic Science, the authors of which are Russell Higuchi and Edward Blake, and that's in the Banbury Report, number 32?
Yes, I have.
Okay, Mr. Sims, are you, let's focus on PCR for a moment. Is it your opinion that a typing error in the PCR process is more likely to result in a false exclusion than an inclusion?
Yes.
Okay, and have you read and considered and relied upon the casework article for that proposition?
Yes. As well as my own understanding.
Could you explain the basis for your opinion that a typing error in the PCR process is more likely to result in a false exclusion than an inclusion?
Yes, the basis for that is that if one obtains a result that is a false positive, then
that sort of result would be more likely to say to exclude somebody than to include somebody in most instances.
Could you be a little more descriptive of how that might occur during the PCR typing process?
I would object that this is vague and without foundation at this point.
Well, for example, if one were to test a given blood stain against a particular individual may, his or her type may occur, say, in 1 in 10 or something like that, maybe 1 in 20 with a DQ alpha, for example. And so if you're generating at random wrong results, then it's unlikely that it would match that particular individual. It's more likely that it would match, the type would be to match somebody else.
Motion to strike.
Overruled.
Okay. Mr. Sims, is it your opinion that the application of PCR technology in the forensic context is in any way different than it is in the diagnostic context?
Objection. No foundation to this.
Sustain.
Mr. Sims, is it your opinion that any of the properties of forensic DNA samples are unique, or strike that? Is it your opinion that any of the properties of the kinds of forensic samples that your lab encounters are unique to forensic science or different than clinical setting?
Foundation. Sustain.
Mr.
Some
Sims?
questions about his familiarity with.
Sure. Are you familiar in a general context with the kinds of, or have you read the casework article?
Yes.
Okay. Would it help to refresh your recollection? Is that discussed, the uniqueness or the difference of forensic samples in the casework article, the lead author of which is Edward Blake?
Objection. The foundation is to this witness's expertise to review that point.
Overruled.
Your question again, please.
The question about whether forensic samples are different than clinical samples.
That's clinical.
Overruled.
Is it discussed in that article?
Yes, I believe it is. as I
Okay.
recall.
Would it help to refresh your recollection if you reviewed? I can direct you to a page in that article if you would.
Yes.
Page 721, can I show it? Be on page 721 if you'd read the paragraph on the bottom.
My objection is
I know. What's your objection? What's the legal grounds?
no
One word.
foundation for this witness. to
Overruled.
what? Can I state it?
Overruled.
No,
Sit
the
down.
No? All right.
Yes, excuse me, what Dr. Blake and the other,
No, question is, does that refresh your recollection as to whether or not there's any correlation between the medical diagnostic application or the forensic application?
yes, it does refresh my recollection.
Next question.
And do you have an opinion on that subject?
Yes, I do.
Overruled.
Can I also have which page you're from?
721,
Of which article?
towards the bottom of the casework article? Yes.
Proceed.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Do you have an opinion on that subject?
Yes, the point of this is that forensic samples may be mixtures, they may be degraded, but these kinds of samples are also encountered by clinical workers using PCR technology.
Objection. Move to strike this answer, this witness's answer about what's found in clinical technology.
Overruled.
And is your opinion based on having your recollection refreshed by reading the bottom of page 721 of Dr. Blake's casework article?
Well, I already had some opinion on that, but specifically with regards to the article, yes.
Okay. Now, just as an aside, have you read the NRC report that came out 3 years ago?
Yes, I have.
Have you relied on the NRC report in any way for any of the opinions you've expressed to this moment?
No,
And do you intend to rely on the NRC report in any way for any of the opinions you'll express for the next several moments?
no.
Could I have my book back? Could you define as best you can the term contamination in the crime scene forensic DNA context so the jury can appreciate the discussion we're going to have?
Yes, there are a variety of ways of looking at contamination. One would be fundamentally, for example, at a crime scene where you may have mixtures of bodily fluids. Blood from two different individuals could land together, that sort of thing, or end up in a garment situation. That would be one form of contamination. Another form of contamination would be the concern one would have in the laboratory. In other words, if somebody is mishandling samples, then that could lead potentially to contamination as one DNA is transferred to another DNA. And then finally, the type of contamination that we are most worried about with PCR and that we have to take special precautions for is what is called PCR product contamination. And that's because this process of PCR, as Dr. Cotton explained, generates large numbers of these DNA segments that are of a particular short length that are considered to be PCR product now. And by generating those large numbers, you want to make sure that that material doesn't in any way contaminate your original source material or your extracted DNA.
And do you have an opinion about whether or not, generally speaking, there are adequate ways to control against those three areas of contamination?
Well,
Objections. Question.
Oh,
I think there's two responses here. One is that there are ways to control for the contamination. There are also ways of monitoring for that contamination. And both of those are important aspects with regards to contamination, both the monitoring as well as the precautions.
And I want to direct your attention to the chapter by Sensabaugh and Blake in the Saperstein article. Is the subject of those areas of contamination, which you've just described for the jury, is that discussed in that article?
Yes, it is.
Okay, do you remember the entire discussion that occurs on pages 441 and 442 of that subject?
I haven't memorized it, but I have a good knowledge of what they say.
Okay, would it help to refresh your recollection to review that?
Yes.
You had a chance to review that?
Yes.
And so what is your opinion specifically about the kinds of controls that can safeguard against those forms of contamination?
My opinion about the types of controls. Well, they basically, their words basically mirror the things that I was talking about where they, for example, they mention maintaining clean work areas, using gloves, changing gloves, that sort of thing. And then also they stress which controls should be run. They draw an analogy to the types of precautions that would be taken in an infectious disease situation or a laboratory handling infectious materials.
And do you have an opinion based on your review of that article that should contamination occur, it can be recognized?
Yes, in most cases it can.
And is that based on the article as well?
Yes.
This is in context. Well,
shift to another article that I described earlier in PCR Technology, Chapter 17, by Von Bereldingen, Blake, Higuchi, Sensabaugh, and Ehrlich. Do you have an opinion about whether or not the most likely avenue for chance introduction of foreign DNA is during sample preparation?
I would agree with that.
Okay. And do you have an opinion, or is it your opinion that common sense precautions can safeguard against that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall whether or not that subject is discussed in the article I just described as Chapter 17?
Yes, that chapter has a good discussion of the contamination issue.
Okay. And do you agree that the presence of a contaminant is often readily apparent?
Yes.
Is it also your opinion that appropriate controls should be used that would indicate these situations of contamination?
Absolutely.
Sustained.
What opinion do you have, if any, about whether or not appropriate controls should be used that would indicate these situations of contamination?
The opinion I have is that those controls should always be run to monitor for contamination.
And what opinion, if any, do you have about whether or not negative controls, including extraction reagent blanks and unstained substrate controls, when possible, should be run for each batch of DNA isolations?
I agree with that, and that's what we do in my laboratory.
And what opinion do you have about whether or not the absence of a PCR product in these control reactions attests to the validity of the typing results derived from the evidence samples?
I would agree with that.
Do you have an opinion about whether or not it is desirable to have some form of redundant sample analysis in a given case?
I would agree it's desirable.
And generally speaking, do you recall whether or not those subjects are discussed in Chapter 17 that I've been referring to?
Yes, I know that chapter quite well.
Okay, but do you have it memorized?
No.
Would it help to refresh your recollection? I'll direct you to pages 215.
He hasn't indicated that his memory needs to be refreshed as to anything so far.
Do you remember whether or not those questions I just asked you specifically are addressed the way I asked you?
I believe those are in there, but it would refresh my memory to be sure that they're in there.
215, 216?
This is really not an appropriate way to refresh somebody's recollection. I don't believe it to be necessary at this point. Proceed.
Okay, and it's your recollection those are discussed in Chapter 17 that I just...
Yes.
Mr. Sims, let's talk about the validation study that we discussed at the very beginning by Comey and Bedoli.
Yes.
You have that one clear in your mind? You remembered it was November 91?
Yes.
And I just want you to focus for a moment on the kind that, was there a sample handling part of that study that's published and described in detail?
Yes, there was that was a major part of that article, or an important part of that article.
Okay, and do you rely on that in the way you perform your PCR analyses?
Yes.
Does it help you in deciding what safeguards to take against in-lab contamination or sample preparation contamination to rely on that?
Yes, it does.
And what is your opinion about sample-to-sample contamination in the laboratory? Is it possible for that to occur?
Is it possible? Yes, it is.
Okay, and the opinion that you've expressed is actually based on where that was demonstrated in that article, is that correct?
Yes, and
Objection vague as to samples, what kind of laboratory?
Okay, let's just open it up. What kinds of samples were handled in that case, and what sorts of conclusions were drawn from the possibilities of sample handling error?
Objection vague foundations, which case?
Compound.
Do you have an opinion about the kinds of sample handling errors that can occur that can allow samples to cross-contaminate one another?
yes,
And is that opinion based on the sample handling portion of the casework article?
well, and also our own experience in the laboratory with PCR and the experience of many other people using PCR.
Okay, let's focus on the article and what your opinion is based on having read the article. What sorts of sample handling errors is it your opinion can produce sample-to-sample contamination?
The sorts of concerns would be, for example, in that article, they mentioned 2 wet blood stains being brought into contact with each other. That would be one example. There are other instances they attempted to deliberately contaminate certain stains in those articles, and they had difficulty doing that with blood stains of sufficient quality and quantity of DNA. They also did some samples where they looked at saliva and blood and that sort of thing and how that might affect the contamination issue. I think the last thing one of the other things they looked at was whether or not cutting with scissors, cutting a blood stain, whether or not those scissors would transfer contamination.
Okay, let's focus on, there's actually a table that describes, in the Comey article, that describes their efforts to force samples to contaminate one another.
Yes, they list several scenarios in that table.
And based on having read that article alone, what sorts of sample-to-sample contamination were they able to induce?
As I recall, they were able to induce it when blood stains were brought into contact with each other, actually touching each other. They were able to induce it with mixtures of saliva and blood, for example.
Okay, let's take those one at a time. When you say touching one another, are you referring to the dried stains that were stored together?
Well, I think they had a low-level, detectable low-level contaminant when dry. It was more of a problem when they're wet and touching each other, which one would obviously expect.
Okay, when you say touching, do you mean stored?
Stored together, yes.
In other words, put together and kept together?
That's my understanding.
Would it help to refresh your recollection if you looked at page 1639 of the article?
Yes.
Sure, do.
Okay.
Okay, and let's just talk about in that sample handling study, the 2 top categories, dried stains stored together and wet stains stored together.
Yes.
What were the results of those attempts to force cross-contamination?
Well, what they did was they took blood from 2 different sources, dried stains from 2 different sources, and it tested one then and then tested the other to see which one may have contaminated the other. And with one of those, they saw no exchange. With the other one, they saw that there was a trace contaminant of one of the alleles onto the other stain.
Okay, and does the article describe how long they were actually stored together?
I don't recall them actually mentioning the time.
Okay.
I think it just mentions that they were stored together.
And you mentioned also, give us a general idea what sorts of other experiments, sample handling experiments, the study was based on, where they tried to force cross-contamination between samples that were ultimately typed using the PCR DQ alpha system?
Yes. For example, they looked at the effects of perspiration. They didn't find any contamination from that. They also looked at small 1 microliter blood stains that they were handling, and they did not find any contamination from that. They had a small 1 microliter blood stain that they coughed over for 1 minute. And that produced no contamination. And by that I mean they know the type of the blood stain, they know the type of the cougher, and so they look to see whether or not the cougher's type ends up on the blood stain. They also did an experiment where they took small 1 microliter blood stains and scratched their head for 30 seconds to shed their dandruff over it to see if that would cause a contamination problem, and it did not. Then they also did some experiments where they actually mixed blood and saliva, and there, as one would expect, you could get a contamination. You would see the types from the blood and the saliva.
Okay. I think you used the word transfer or evidence transfer. What are we, or trace transfer? What, in this discussion, what do you mean by that?
Well, what I'm talking about is whether or not small contributions of contamination would show up in a blood stain.
Based on that study, the only 2 areas of trace transfer were wet stains stored together for some period of time.
Sustain.
Based on that study, were the only instances of typable DNA evidence transfer. Okay. But the scissors, contaminated scissors, what was that again?
Yes, the blood stain was cut with scissors and the contamination was not detected. In other words, as I read the article, 2 stains in a row were cut with these scissors, and the scissors, after cutting the first stain's type did not show up in the second.
Okay. Mr. Sims, let's shift a little bit here, and let's talk about substrate controls in the context of the Comey article and in the context of the work that you did in this case, okay?
Okay.
Could you define a substrate control in the context of the kinds of samples that you typed in this case?
Yes, a substrate control, for example, if we talk about blood drops on a sidewalk, one would want to collect the blood stain and then to collect and sample an area, an unstained area where there is no blood detected nearby the blood stain. That's a substrate control. So you're testing that particular substrate and you're testing it very close to where the blood stain is.
Okay, and then processing it as if it were a stain?
Yes, and then it goes through the entire process and you look to see if there's any types showing up in that substrate control.
Okay, and I believe a little while ago, relying on one of the Blake Sensabaugh articles, you defined 3 areas of sample cross-contamination?
Yes.
And it's my recollection, sample mixing in the field,
Yes.
contamination by investigators or by lab personnel?
Leading. Sustain.
What were those 3 categories again?
I mentioned the contamination in the field, in other words, mixed samples occurring in the field. I mentioned contamination occurring in the laboratory as these samples are either processed or extracted. And then finally, I mentioned PCR product contamination.
And that's after the PCR is amplified?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about the field sample mix-up. And what I want to do is discuss the implications of having substrate controls collected systematically in the field, okay?
Okay.
And the question is, if a criminalist systematically alternated between substrate controls and stains in the evidence collection process, what effect, if any, does the presence or the availability of the substrate control have as a safeguard against sample mix-up?
It's an important safeguard because it shows to me if the substrate controls turn out to be negative, it shows to me that there is no cross-contamination from sample to sample. Because of the alternating structure of that collection process, one has a stain, then a substrate control that should turn up negative, then another stain, then another substrate control. So that monitors that between each one of those stains, you've got one of these substrate controls. And if that shows negative, then that indicates that you're unlikely to have contaminated the blood stains on either side of that control.
Okay. What effect, and let's focus on the same context, as a safeguard against sample mix-up in the field, what effect does just simply collecting one stain at a time with its substrate control have as a safeguard against sample mix-up in the field?
Yes, I think that's an important safeguard because it means you're focused on one particular event and you're not likely then to be handling too many samples at once. You're just keeping track of one item at a time.
Let's move to the next category that you described, and that is contamination by investigators or laboratory personnel.
Okay.
Okay. What effect does the presence of substrate controls, which type clean, do not produce a type, have as a safeguard against contamination by investigators or laboratory personnel?
Well, those are very important because you have to remember that if those are negative, in other words, they have no DNA, they're even more vulnerable to this contamination showing up than would a good blood stain be. In other words, a good blood stain might have so much DNA that you may not even see a trace amount of contamination with this PCR testing. But these substrate controls, if they're negative to begin with, they have no DNA, they're certainly going to be more vulnerable to showing any traces of contamination. So that's why they're important.
Okay. As long as they test clean,
As long as they test clean.
as they did in this case.
As all of the ones that we tested were negative, yes.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Harmon, we need to take our break at this point. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please remember all of my admonitions to you. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not form any opinions about the case. Do not conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Do not allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case, and we'll be in recess for 15. Newspaper article that the jurors brought to the court's attention appeared in a little blurb column regarding counsel's comments about various basketball teams. Did not go to the merits of the case, and I find this no harm, no foul. But I think it speaks to the diligence and integrity of our jurors, so I will convey to them the court's compliments. I take it there's no other comment or objection on behalf of the parties.
Your Honor, may I just make one inquiry? Have there been any other articles any other time since this happened? It's the first time as far as the court
First time it's happened.
All right. Thank you.
That one slipped by. All right, secondly, I received over the break 2 notes from jurors, and they are indicating that there are individuals, regular attendees, meaning the media persons, and they give me seat numbers who are constantly talking in the courtroom and who are causing them to have difficulty in hearing the testimony. And they have given me the seat numbers of the persons who were in the last session who were talking constantly and disturbing them. And I'm going to have Ms. Hazlett identify the 2 individuals, and those persons will be banned from further attendance at the court. All right, let's have the jury, please. Gentlemen, please be seated. Mr. Sims. Good morning again, sir. Mr. Harmon.
Thank you, Your Honor. In discussing the second subject of cross-contamination of samples when substrate controls were involved, we covered contamination by investigators and lab personnel. Is that right?
Yes.
And if the stains and the substrate controls were alternated systematically, would that provide a safeguard against cross-contamination?
Yes, it would.
And let's reflect back on the Comey article too, and remember the contaminated scissors attempting.
Or will,
Okay.
I assume this is foundational.
Yes, Your Honor, for injecting substrate
Please.
controls in there. If one were to use, if a forensic scientist were to use contaminated scissors that were contaminated with a quantity of DNA and alternate between substrate controls and evidence stains, would that provide any kind of a safeguard against cross-contamination of samples?
Yes, it would, because again, the scissors would be used on a blood stain, and then if there was any contamination, that should then be transferred, if there was contamination, it would be transferred to this substrate control, which would very likely show that contamination, and then that would be monitored before one would proceed then to the next blood stain. So if that substrate control in the middle turns up clean, that indicates that there was no contamination detected.
Okay. Let me just clarify a point too about the Comey article. Have you had a chance to look at it again during the break?
Yes.
Okay, and if you would, the two areas where there was cross-contamination between stains, could you tell us more about what kind of contact, if any, those stains had, both the wet and the dry?
Well, the article indicates that the two stains were actually touching each other. They were actually stored together in a way that they're touching each other, and that's the important point, is that they're in physical contact.
Let's shift to the third area, and that is contamination within the laboratory. We've already discussed contamination by lab personnel in sample preparation, and I think you talked about contamination by amplified product.
Yes.
Now, and you've previously discussed the concept of negative controls as a
Yes.
safeguard against contamination by PCR product.
Yes.
In addition to negative controls, and assuming they test clean, what are the implications of having substrate controls processed through the entire PCR process as a safeguard against contamination in the laboratory by amplified PCR product?
Yes, those substrate controls, if they had no DNA on them to begin with, would be most vulnerable to showing any contamination, whether it occurred from this handling effects, whether there was something in the laboratory, whether there was any PCR product contamination. And because they are treated in the same manner, they go through the entire process. And so that's an important control on the entire process, not just the collection, not just the extraction of the DNA, but all the way through the typing.
Okay. I'll strike that. You have actually, when you opened up all of the evidence in this case, have you documented the condition of the actual substrate controls that you previously enumerated when you talked about the results in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And do the substrate controls, are they all uniform in appearance for all the samples, all the substrate controls that you tested in this case?
No.
Is there a range in how they appear?
Yes, there is.
And when you sample those substrate controls, let's assume they're not uniform. Some are discolored. Some part is discolored. Some appears clean.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
In this case, if you saw a substrate control that parts of it were cleaner than others, what part did you sample to process through the entire PCR process.
Here is foundational with respect to making something hypothetical as opposed to specific. What you
Is
did.
the objection that it assumes facts that aren't in evidence yet?
All right, sure.
Sustained.
Did you sample all the substrate controls that you said you sampled in this case?
Yes,
Okay.
I think you asked him, did he document at the time of receipt, the substrate controls? And I guess the question would be, did he notice any differences between the substrates at that point?
Oh, I think I've asked a different question. I think I've moved on.
right.
And we'll come back to, I haven't finished that area. Thank you, Your Honor. When you sampled the substrate controls, if one part of any of the control was dirtier, appeared dirtier than the other, which part did you sample?
Assumes facts and evidence
Sustained.
specific about the controls.
Were there any such?
yes, there were, Your Honor.
Proceed.
And when you encountered such a substrate control, what did you do?
I took the dirtier, or what appeared to be the dirtier area in this case, as I can recall.
Why was that?
Well, I figured that probably received more of the environment. For example, if it was a sidewalk, it probably got better contact than maybe the other area of the substrate control.
And what would that, if that had happened, why would sampling the dirtier part of it have been important to you?
Well, that tells me that that's most likely the area that was most heavily, for example, may have some dirt or whatever is on that substrate, that I got a good area to test, in other words.
Okay, I'm going to direct your attention to just a couple of these substrate controls and see if you can describe how they appeared to you when you first observed them, okay?
Okay?
The substrate control for LAPD item 52, the drop out in the driveway at Bundy. Do you have an independent recollection of how that appeared when you observed it and ultimately sampled it?
That one in particular, I believe I do have an independent recollection of.
And what is that?
Well, my independent recollection was that it was sort of pinkish.
And is that the only one that was pinkish that you recall?
That's the only one I recall that was pinkish, yes.
In fact, were most of them absent of any coloration or
Sustained.
were most of them, did they appear clean to the naked eye?
Still leading.
Still leading.
How did most of them appear to the naked eye?
Most of them appeared as pieces of white fabric.
Is that unusual?
Objection.
Sustained.
No foundation.
Sustained.
If you would, let's talk about substrate control 48C. If you'd like, I can direct your attention to a page in your notes. Do you recall how that appeared when you examined it?
Not without looking at my notes.
Would it help to refresh your recollection if you looked at page 48 of your notes?
Yes.
Okay. What's your recollection of how 48 appeared?
The 48 control was our item number DNA 22. I noted there was some dark debris specks associated with the cloth, and I took those also for the extraction process.
Okay. Do you recall what the control for item 50 looked like? The substrate control for item 50, which is farther back along the Bundy walkway.
Again, I'd have to look at my notes.
Would it help? It's on the same page there, 48.
Yes. I noted that it was a piece of whitish cloth with some brownish staining. I thought it may be some soiling.
Okay, and let's just shift to some others that look differently. For example, item 29, control. That's from the steering wheel of the Bronco.
Okay.
Would it help? Do you remember what it looked like?
No.
Would it help to refresh your recollection if you looked at your notes on page 21?
Yes.
Okay, how did that appear?
That is generally just an irregularly shaped piece of white cloth.
Is that unusual to see a substrate control that looked like that?
No.
Okay. And do you have actually detailed notes of each and every other substrate control that you observe
Yes.
and photographs of them as well?
Yes.
And this is before you sample them?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Sims, let's move on, if you will. I'd like to discuss the subject of degradation of DNA and cross-contamination, if you will.
Okay.
I want to give you a hypothetical and ask you some questions about the hypothetical. The hypothetical is that all of the Bundy walkway stains were collected and they were packaged in plastic bags. And substrate controls were collected systematically, alternating between the substrate control and the evidence stain. They were packaged in plastic bags. They were put in a truck for several hours, and they were brought back to the Los Angeles Police Department laboratory. They were put in the same box with items that were collected from Mr. Simpson's residence, that were also collected systematically with substrate controls. For starters, is it possible?
This hypothetical in that form, I think it mistakes the evidence and is compound.
Yeah, we've already described the Comey article, and you've described how, at least based on study, it is possible to cross-contaminate samples. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've described the conditions under which cross-contamination can occur.
Yes.
Now, in that study, none of those samples were degraded. Is that right?
In my understanding in that study is that those were good quality blood stains, yes.
Now, do you have an opinion about whether or not just the coexistence of those, and I'm sorry, let me withdraw that question. Let's assume that there were stains from Mr. Simpson's residence, which in fact were from him, contained his DNA, okay? Is it possible, scientifically possible, in your opinion, for those stains, merely by their coexistence in a room, for them to cross-contaminate one another?
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
These stains from two residences are collected along with their systematic substrate controls. They're brought into a room where they remain for a period of time. They're not in contact with one another. Okay, so far?
Okay.
Is it possible, based on that information alone, for those stains to have cross-contaminated one another?
I don't know about the rules on hypotheticals in terms of, but
You're speaking, counsel.
all right.
Is the objection foundation? That assumes facts that aren't in evidence.
Yes.
All right, that objection's overruled.
I'm
Proceed.
sorry?
Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. You may answer that question.
The question I would first have is how were those stains packaged at this point?
They were initially left in plastic bags. Well, actually, let's start off. They're in a box together,
Okay.
and they're in coin envelopes that are folded over, and they're in plastic bags in those coin envelopes that are folded over. Is it possible for those samples to cross-contaminate one another?
No, I would say no.
Okay. Let's move to the evidence room. Now, moving that box where you don't believe cross-contamination was possible into the evidence room. Is it possible for those stains to have cross-contaminated one another and not cross-contaminated the substrate controls.
Sustain. You need some additional facts now that we're in the evidence processing room.
Excuse me, Ron?
You need some additional facts now that we're in the evidence processing room. It's also vague as to what stage.
And there are a lot of facts.
I've sustained the objection, Counselor.
Okay. You've told us it's not possible, given that they're packaged up in a box in the truck.
Yes.
Okay. Does moving that box into a room and leaving it on the table, is it possible for those stains to have cross-contaminated one another?
But we'll
We'll test it.
Under those conditions, no.
Okay. Now, let's assume that those stains are now processed for drying. Okay? And that,
Objection to strike vague on processing.
Overruled. He hasn't finished the question yet. I assume that that's next.
and that the processing for drying systematically alternates between the substrate controls and the evidence stains. And that,
Objection, since facts, not evidence.
Sustained.
if one were to systematically alternate between the substrate controls and the evidence stains,
Objection, since facts, not evidence.
Overruled.
and that the substrate controls ultimately were processed along with those stains and produced no typable results. Is it your opinion that those samples were cross-contaminated at that point?
I,
Speculative, since facts, not evidence.
Overruled.
I would say there's certainly no evidence for that, and that I think those substrate controls would then provide a way of monitoring to show that that did not occur.
Let me add to that hypothetical that a known reference tube of Mr. Simpson's blood was kept in that room in a black plastic garbage bag. Okay?
Okay?
To the hypothetical you just answered. Is it possible for those samples to have been contaminated by that reference tube in the black plastic bag without contaminating the substrate controls?
No. I would follow that up that in other words, you wouldn't get blood out of the plastic bag to begin with. That's the main point there.
Now, let me add to that. Let's accumulate to the next question. Let's assume that each and every stain that you tested along the Bundy walkway was degraded to the point where you were unable to type with any of the PCR methods, okay?
Okay?
And just add that to the hypothetical I just asked you. Is it possible for cross-contamination to have occurred in that setting without cross-contaminating the substrate controls?
Well, again, I would give the same answer that the substrate controls provide evidence that that did not occur.
Now, let's move on. Are you familiar with how the Los Angeles Police Department processes evidence stains and substrate controls for drying?
I have some information on that, yes.
And let's assume, or is that information that they use the tube drying method
Yes.
and place them back in the coin envelope
Yes.
and place the coin envelopes in a box?
That's my understanding, that it's a box so that they can now air dry, that the tubes can now air dry.
And place the box up on a metal shelf up on the wall?
Well, this is my general understanding. I've never seen the actual room.
Let's talk about the qualities of DNA. Now, we've got everything drying up in the tubes, and assume it's dried overnight,
Okay?
okay? Have you seen photographs of what DNA looks like, powerful microscopic photographs?
Well, there are, yes, very, very powerful microscopes. You can see the motion of DNA, for example, or
Now, can DNA fly?
I don't think so.
I mean, there are no scientific studies that have shown that, are there?
No, I don't think it has wings.
How about if it's from a bird? Can it fly?
I don't think that makes any difference.
Does the DNA of an athletic person that's in a stain have any athletic prowess more than a dead person?
Sustain. 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 Curious to disregard the tenor of that question. Proceed.
Are you aware of any scientific studies that show that DNA can come to life at night?
Objection.
Sustain.
Is it possible for the samples to have been cross-contaminated up on the shelf, in the box, in the coin envelopes, in those tubes?
Again, I would answer that the substrate controls provide the monitor to ensure that that didn't occur.
Now, I believe you discussed, and I'm getting close to the end here, Mr. Sims. I believe you discussed, I think you, in discussing some of your sample processing, you mentioned you bleach your rulers. Is that right?
Yes.
And I think you also said, what do you wipe your tools with when you're doing evidence processing?
I do three things. I do a water wash down under the tap. Then I wipe it with a chem wipe. Then I do an ethanol rinse and wipe that off. And then finally I flame them over a Bunsen burner flame, a very hot flame.
And what kind of tools are we talking about?
Generally that would be a pair of scissors, small scissors, and a forceps or like tweezers.
Flaming your tools?
No.
Let's talk about not flaming your tools and inject substrate controls into that process. What safeguard do the existence or the availability of substrate controls to type all the way through the process, what impact do they have on detecting cross-contamination if it occurs?
Well, again, they're an important safeguard because if one were to cut the stain, wipe the scissors, for example, then those scissors would next see a substrate control. And again, that substrate control is very vulnerable. If anything is going to get contaminated, it's the substrate control.
Why is that?
Because it should have no DNA to begin with. I mean, it could. You could have a substrate control that had DNA to begin with, but assuming there's no DNA to begin with, whatever you put down is now its DNA. So in other words, whatever type now shows up could be it's become that type.
Okay, and let's stay on the same topic and not talk about flaming tools, but talk about just wiping tools with water. Okay.
Okay.
You have a three-step wiping process. If one were to just wipe with water and systematically alternate between an evidence stain and a substrate control, what safeguard does that substrate control provide in ensuring that no cross-contamination has occurred?
Again, it should provide a safeguard in that it should then monitor for any contamination.
And if the substrate controls test clean, as they did in this case, what assurance or what do you conclude from the possibility or that the cross-contamination did not occur in this case?
Again, it's another piece of evidence that you're not contaminating those samples.
Okay, Mr. Sims, next to the last subject here, in your conventional serology expertise, have you testified about the genetic marker EAP?
Yes, I have.
And how many times?
I couldn't give a number on EAP in particular, but it was a commonly used enzyme in the days that I did conventional serology.
And are you familiar with the scientific literature on that subject?
Yes, I am. I used to be much more familiar with it than I am now, but yes.
If you could describe the marker EAP and what a forensic scientist should be aware of in that context, what would be your brief statement of the use of EAP?
Well, I think one has to be very careful in interpreting EAP band patterns. It's subject to certain. It's an unusual marker in that there are certain intensities as well as band positional things that we have to take into account. I think Mr. Matheson probably went into that in great detail, but it's unusual in that the intensities are an important part of the interpretation and the relative instabilities of certain bands.
Okay, have you reviewed Mr. Matheson's records on this subject?
I have reviewed some of his records, yes.
And do you have those records with you?
Yes, I do.
Could I see them?
Mr. Scheck, you want to take a look?
Okay. We have these items marked as exhibit next in order, Your Honor.
All right, People's 273.
See, there is actually two items, Your Honor. I'll describe them. Mr. Matheson's analyzed evidence report dated October 18th. And count the pages.
Is anything being put in that wasn't previously put in when Mr. Matheson testified?
No, they're the same items. We can refer to them. Maybe Mr. Scheck can confirm they're the same items. I don't have to mark them then. Maybe we can refer to those
If
prior.
it's already marked.
It is. I just hadn't shown the exact exhibits to Mr. Sims.
I would prefer that we use exhibits that were previously introduced through the prior witness
Previously
for
marked.
foundational matters.
One of the exhibits is an electrophoretic mark 224A.
All right, then you're withdrawing 273 at this time.
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
All right.
And you have the exhibit. We're going to have to mark Mr. Matheson's report because it's more complete than the exhibit that was marked, Your Honor. Count the pages.
All right, so we can keep them clear. Why don't we make the additional report an addenda to the original
Okay.
exhibit? Ms. Martinez, you have the designation of that report?
This item is 23 pages, Your Honor. You want me to go ahead, Your Honor?
Yeah, People's 218.
All right, 218, then the additional report will be 218A, the more complete report.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sure.
Mr. Sims, have you reviewed Mr. Matheson's analyzed evidence report, now specifically with respect to items 84A and B, some typing that Mr. Sims did on some fingernail kits?
That Mr. Matheson
I
did?
mean, Mr. Matheson, sorry.
Yes.
Okay. And have you reviewed the electrophoretic, which is a picture of the gel that he ran those on?
Yes.
Okay.
You're referring to People's 223A,
Want to give
the electrophotogram,
224A.
224A. Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Sims, I want to give you a hypothetical. I'm going to put the nail board up there, Your Honor. Sims, why don't I start with my hypothetical, and I'm going to, when the board is up there, I'm going to ask you to look at the board, okay?
Okay.
Oh, here we have it.
Yes, I'm going to direct the photographers not to take any photographs of this board. Thank you. Proceed.
Mr. Sims, have you had a chance to study the pictures along the bottom of that board? You've already described how those are your photographs, the top 5 photographs. Have you had a chance to see the 3 along the bottom of Nicole Brown?
No, I just saw him for the first time the other day.
Have you had an adequate chance to look at them?
I'd like a moment.
Okay, sure. Could we raise it a little bit, Your Honor? It's a little bit low for the jurors on the end.
All right.
Okay, Mr. Sims, you've had a chance to look at Nicole Brown's hands and the blood on them, have you?
Yes.
All right, this is People's Exhibit, which, I forget which one this is. Mr. Sims, could you tell me what the evidence tag says there on the corner?
220.
220. Thank you.
You've had a chance to look at those 3 photos, Mr. Sims?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you a question, a hypothetical question, and I'd like you to consider the following things before I ask you the question, okay? You've considered the photographs, the 3 photographs of Nicole Brown's body and hands on 220, right?
Okay.
Also, I'd like you to consider the fact that you observed no tissue in the nail scrapings when you saw them and you processed them for PCR typing in this case, okay?
Okay.
I'd like you to consider that your PCR results were consistent with the type of Nicole Brown.
Okay.
Okay. I'd like you to consider that Cellmark's PCR results were consistent with the types of Nicole Brown.
Okay.
I'd like you to consider that the 3 separate samples which were typed by you and Cellmark all produced consistent results. Okay?
Okay.
I'd like you to consider the sensitivity differences between the PCR typing method and the conventional serology marker typing for EAP, okay?
Okay,
I'd like you to consider that Greg Matheson saw no tissue when he sampled from the nail scrapings before you.
With objection foundation.
Sustained. As to that last point.
Your Honor, there is testimony.
Sustaining the objection to that point.
Could we approach? If Greg Matheson saw no tissue in the nail scrapings that he
Same ruling.
sampled. Excuse me, Your Honor?
Same ruling. I'm sustaining the objection to that aspect. Continue.
Could we search the trans?
Proceed, counsel.
Is the if Greg Matheson saw no tissue,
Same question, same objection, same ruling.
if Greg Matheson only sampled blood when he sampled the nail scraping kits, okay?
okay.
And
Still foundation.
Or
And finally, what you know about the EAP marker and specifically the BA pattern. Okay, we have all those things that I want you to consider.
Okay,
Okay, the question is, would you as a forensic serologist exclude Nicole Brown as the source of the blood under her fingernails and on her fingernail based on Greg Matheson's report and the electrophoretic that you reviewed?
Objection foundation is to blood. Source of what blood?
I think the question is clear to the jury. Oh,
given all those considerations, my answer would be no.
Okay. Mr. Matheson, are you part of some conspiracy to frame the defendant in this case?
Well, my name is Sims, and
I mean,
no, I'm
Sims,
not
I'm
part of a
sorry.
conspiracy.
So you are conspiring, huh? Okay, Mr. Sims, you're not, okay?
We'll stipulate to that.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
all right, Mr. Scheck, you want to begin now?
Well, Your Honor, we have some things that we have to show.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a brief break to reorganize our exhibits here, so I'll ask you to step back into the jury room, please. And this should only take about 5 or 10 minutes. Please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good afternoon again, or good morning. I'm going to take our break for the noon hour at this time with regards to the jurors. Please remember all of my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations until the matter has been submitted to you. And do not allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case. And as far as the jury is concerned, we'll stand in recess until 1 o'clock. All right, have a nice lunch.
That's because we're.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Now, as an expert in crime laboratory procedures, you would agree, would you not, that there are certain factors which can create a risk of cross-contamination when handling forensic samples in a laboratory.
Yes.
And that there are certain methods and precautions that ought to be followed to prevent cross-contamination.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to, where are the numbers on this? I have a series of slides that I'd like to display to the jury and the witness. Should we call them collectively 1159, and then I'll do 1159 A, B, and C. Could we show 1159A? I guess this is the departure point for our discussion, cross-contamination factors. Could we now see 1159B? Mr. Sims, would you not agree that degradation of a crime scene specimen is an important factor to consider with respect to the issue of cross-contamination?
Well, degradation by itself is a factor in that if there's very little DNA there, one would have to be more worried about what could happen to that particular sample. Right. That's true.
And in this particular slide, in the box, red box number 1, I'd ask you to regard that as a blood swatch containing the DNA of person number 1. And then the arrow indicates a process of degradation where the biological material that would show up on a DNA typing test has been degraded to the point where it's not detectable.
So it's no longer detectable.
No longer detectable.
Okay.
All right. And a swatch such as the one on the right-hand side where the biological material has been degraded to the point where it is no longer detectable is the kind of sample that one should take great care in handling in a forensic laboratory.
Yes.
Because when you have a degraded sample like that, the dangers and the risk of cross-contamination increases.
Yes.
Thank you. Could we have 259B?
C.
C. Thank you. C. Okay. Now, another consideration in the question of cross-contamination is trying to separate those samples that have high DNA content from those that have low DNA content.
That's true. That is a consideration.
Because when one is handling samples that have a high DNA content, and there's an inadvertent transfer to samples that have a low DNA content, cross-contamination can occur by accident.
Yes, that is a concern. In other words, that the high one could contaminate the low one.
Right. And so, as much as you can, you would want to, in your practice in a crime laboratory, separate out those samples that have high DNA content from low DNA content when you're handling them.
Yeah, well, especially when you're doing the DNA extraction. That's where we are most concerned with that in our laboratory.
Well, when you're handling the samples when they're wet.
What kind of sample would that
Blood
be?
swatches.
When blood swatches are wet, and now you're talking about a swatch that has a lot of DNA on it that's wet, and a swatch that has a lot less DNA and that's also wet.
let's make it in this hypothetical wet or somewhat drier.
Well, I think at some point you have to realize that it's like taking universal precautions. Sort of like when a hospital looks at blood samples, they assume every sample has AIDS. That's what's called universal precautions. And so you have to take what I would consider universal precautions, whether you've got a swatch that has high or low, because you don't know. You don't know the content.
This is the effort to separate samples that have high DNA content from low DNA content is a precaution you try to follow in your laboratory.
Yes, but that's particularly in our laboratory when we're talking about DNA extraction. That's the main point there, because that's when you turn this into a liquid sample.
When you are actually handling and examining samples, don't you try to take reasonable care to divide up those samples that have high DNA content from low DNA content?
Vague as to handling and sampling and
No.
compound, Your Honor?
Compound.
Examining.
Well, for example, when I look at a garment that I might take a blood stain from, that blood stain may be a high-level blood stain, but then I would also, right next to it on the same garment, have a substrate control area that would be considered a low level. So when you're talking about examining items, I see that as different than when you're talking about extracting DNA. Those are two separate issues to me.
When you would agree, so examining is when you're just looking at them.
Yes.
Then you get to the point where you might actually cut a sample,
Yes.
such as a glove,
Yes.
such as a swatch.
Yes.
Would you not agree at the point where you cut a sample that you should take precautions to separate items that have high DNA content and low DNA content?
Yes, at that level, I would agree with that. And what I tend to do is to work on one item at a time so that they're separated in that manner.
And as you indicated, that when you then move from the point of cutting the samples to the point of processing or analyzing them, you also want to take special concern to separate samples that have high DNA content from those that have low DNA content.
Yes.
You're familiar with something called the Amplitude User Guide.
Yes, I am.
What is the Amplitude User Guide?
The Amplitude User Guide is provided by the company that actually makes the PCR kits that are used in forensic science, and that user guide is usually provided to the students who take the course.
This is like a basic fundamental text on how to use, in this instance, PCR-based techniques.
Yes.
Although the discussion that we're having about separating samples of high and low content and degradation would apply to RFLP testing as well as PCR testing.
Well, it is more of a concern in PCR testing, I would say that. But yes, it's always a concern.
Are you saying that it's not a concern that you could get genomic DNA cross-contamination for purposes of RFLP testing?
Objection argumentative misstates his testimony.
Sustained.
Now, in that Amplitude Guide, is there not, at the very beginning of it, a section indicating special precautions? Recall that?
Yes, I do.
And in that special precautions, does not the kit indicate that performing DNA extractions from samples containing...
Cause-Meyer syndrome.
Sustained.
All right. Do you recall any specific guidance given in the Amplitude User Guide with respect to separating samples containing high DNA content and low DNA content when performing extractions?
Yes, I do.
What does it say?
Cause-Meyer syndrome.
Sustained. Want to just add a few foundational questions here?
Well, is this the precautions listed in the Amplitude User Guide be ones that you would rely upon as a forensic DNA analyst?
Well, I'd be careful about saying everything that's in there, but the bulk of that material, by all means.
Why don't I just
Why don't you show him the specific pages that you're talking about?
Yeah, we'll get it. Why don't you take a look at section 2.2.2 on page 2 of the guide?
Yes.
All right. Would you rely, and I'm calling your attention to paragraph 1, and call your attention to the, I think it's just about the last sentence there that begins, perform DNA extractions from samples. Is that a precaution that you would rely upon that's in the user guide?
Yes.
All right. And that precaution states that that one should perform DNA extraction from samples containing high levels of DNA, for example, whole blood, separately from samples containing a low-level DNA, single hairs, small bloodstains, etc., to minimize the potential for sample-to-sample contamination.
Yes, I agree with that.
And you agree with that, do you
Yes,
not?
I do.
And when we're talking here about extraction, we're talking about that stage in the process where you take the little cuttings and you put them into these test tubes.
Well, I think at this point they're saying you've already got it in the test tube.
All right, when you pour the reagents in,
Yes.
during that period of the analysis.
Yes.
Now, can we turn to D?
Oh.
Now, you have samples from different crime scenes.
Okay.
Would you take special care when examining the samples to try to examine them separately?
Well, I don't see how one could examine those samples, you'd have to do it separately. There are 3 different locations that I'm seeing. I see a little blue car and I see 2 little houses like Monopoly.
There are limitations to computer clip art, Mr. Sims.
But there are
Why don't you assume the blue car white and
okay.
assume one of those houses looks like Bundy and the other one looks like Rockingham.
Okay.
All right? Now, wouldn't you agree that in terms of these little swatches that you get from different scenes, that just even in examining them, it would be good laboratory practice to examine them separately?
Yes, one at a time.
And wouldn't it be good laboratory practice when cutting these swatches to separate the swatches that you get from different scenes?
I think that again goes more to the extraction, perhaps. That's what I did in this case as much as possible, is I kept the Bronco samples by themselves. I kept the Bundy stuff by itself. I kept the Rockingham stuff by itself. The only time I violated that was the very first set of extractions when there was 1 Bundy drop and I think 1 Rockingham drop. But I think as long as you're doing them one at a time when you're cutting them and then putting that sample away and making sure you have a clean surface, I think that's okay.
Right. Well, we'll get to what you do in cutting them one at a time and keeping clean surfaces. But just as a general practice, what you tried to do as much as possible, even at the stage when you got the samples, was process the samples from the different scenes each separately.
Yes.
And when samples first come into a crime laboratory and you're, let's say, cutting swatches, it would be good practice to make sure that you cut the swatches from one scene separately from those of another scene.
Well, again, I think as long as you work on them one at a time, that's okay. I don't think it's bad practice necessarily to look at two swatches in a row, as long as you clean up where you're working and you clean up your tools between each sample.
We'll talk about cleaning and changing gloves and the rest of it. But let's just talk as a general practice. You try to keep the samples from different scenes separate.
In general, yes.
Because now let's assume that one set of samples from one scene are severely degraded and another set of samples from another scene are not.
Okay.
Wouldn't it heighten the risk of cross-contamination if you sampled those swatches from different scenes in the same time and in the same location?
Insufficient basis for that question, improper hypothetical calls for speculation, it's argumentative. Overruled.
Would it heighten it under that?
Heighten the risk of
under that
cross-contamination. Yes, under that hypothetical.
Under that hypothetical, yes.
Your Honor, this is a point where I have to approach to clarify
What's the court
something.
reporter, please? Mr. Scheck, you may proceed.
Mr. Sims, if you had one set of samples, blood swatches, that were collected from blood stains that came from inside a house on a clean wood surface,
Okay,
and they were collected between an hour and a half and 2 hours before the time that you began handling the swatches, examining and handling the swatches, okay?
okay, wait, they were collected about 2 hours before,
Before you began handling and manipulating the wet blood swatches, okay?
back at the laboratory?
Back at the laboratory.
Okay,
Then you had another set of samples that had been collected seven hours before you got to the laboratory. All right?
okay,
That came off concrete substrates.
okay,
It's possibility of exposure to soil and bacteria
okay,
that were packaged in plastic bags,
okay,
left in those plastic bags for 7 hours.
okay.
Would you agree that, number one, the samples that came from those plastic bags that were collected 7 hours earlier, there's a good chance that they would be more degraded than the swatches that had been collected 3 hours earlier from inside a home?
Objection calls for speculation. Good chance is somewhat vague, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Well, in your opinion, as a criminalist, would you regard, one, the set of swatches that came off the substrates, put in the plastic bags, collected 7 hours earlier, would you expect those to be more degraded than the samples that had been collected only 3 hours before you handled them that came off a clean wooden floor?
Objection, it's incomplete about the packaging of those samples, Your Honor.
And those samples that came off the clean wooden floor have been put into plastic bags. Those were about at an hour and a half in that plastic bag for about an hour, hour and a half.
Okay, so as part of the hypothetical, the floor is very clean, the
Yep.
sidewalk is very dirty,
Well, let's just say dirty.
okay? But the floor is very clean.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the question is, would I expect the ones on the sidewalk that had been packaged to be degraded?
Ones in the sidewalk that had been put in plastic bags, right,
Okay,
for 7 hours
okay,
before you examined them,
Okay.
versus the ones that came off the clean floor that had been in the plastic bag for only an hour and a half.
okay, yes, I think you would expect the ones from the sidewalk to be more degraded.
Let's turn to, before we do. And it would be a good precaution in the laboratory, those samples that I've described, ones in the plastic bags for 7 hours off the dirtier substrate, ones in a plastic bag for an hour, hour and a half off the clean substrate, both came from different scenes. Would be good laboratory practice not to examine and cut those in the same time, in the same place.
Same time and same place is compound, it's also vague.
At the same time.
Well, same time.
I'll take it one at a time. At the same, in the
Time
same,
is vague, Your Honor.
Wait, you guys are talking at the same time as well. Why don't you rephrase the question? It is vague as to when you say handle, I mean, do we mean
all right?
process them all at the same time,
Right.
separately, how?
if you were to take those two sets of samples that we've discussed, all right,
Okay,
and take them out of plastic bags
okay,
without regard to whether you handled one from one scene before or after handling one from the other, would that be a good laboratory practice that, withdrawn? If you handle them one from one scene, taking them out of the plastic bags, putting them in test tubes, right?
okay,
Then you took another one from another scene, took it out of the plastic bag, put it in a test tube, right?
okay,
During the same period of time, on the same work surface, without changing paper, without changing gloves, would that be a sound laboratory practice in your opinion?
During the same period of time as babe, you know?
Oh, well, I think you understand the question.
I'm not sure I do, Your Honor,
Well,
I'm
when
sorry.
he asked for
Can you,
clarification.
can you just rephrase that one, or just repeat the
All right,
question?
let's take sample number one from the 7-hour scene.
Okay,
It's in a plastic bag, swatches in a plastic bag.
okay,
You're taking these out of a plastic bag, you have a piece of paper on the table.
okay,
You're wearing gloves,
okay,
plastic gloves. You take a test tube, you stick it into that plastic bag, and get the wet swatches by manipulation into the test tube.
okay,
That's the process you use.
okay,
You take that from crime scene number one that has the swatches that have been in the plastic bags for 7 hours.
okay,
Then, without changing gloves, without changing the paper below, you move to the plastic bag containing the samples from the second scene.
okay,
Use the same method of taking the test tube, going into the plastic bag, right?
okay,
Manipulating it so you get the swatch out. Then with those same gloves, right?
okay,
Taking the test tube and packaging it into a coin envelope.
okay. I understand that.
Wait, 1 second. Sorry. Why don't you just, in terms of my hypothetical, why don't you just assume that you handled the swatches that were collected an hour and a half before you got to the laboratory first, and then the other samples second?
So you did them as two separate sets, is that what you're saying?
Did plastic bag number one, you handled from this, that was the one that had contained the swatches an hour and a half old,
Okay,
right? Plastic bag number two came from the samples that were 7 hours in the plastic bag from the dirty surfaces.
okay. So as I understand this now, somebody's taking what I would call a culture tube. Is that the right size?
The test tube.
Test tube. They're sticking that tube into a plastic envelope to capture the swatch into that tube,
Wet swatch.
a wet swatch. I would say one should change gloves between those two sets, yes.
Let's say you didn't change gloves.
Well, the other thing about blood is it's very visible, and one may look at the gloves and see whether or not there was any visible contamination that way.
If you didn't change gloves, are you saying, Mr. Sims, that that's the kind of laboratory practice that you would engage in?
No.
Now let's talk about let's turn to I'd like to go actually to, I think it's F. The one that's F.
Yes. Now, samples that come from a victim and samples that come from a suspect. Assume they're blood swatches.
Okay?
You should handle those separately.
Separately,
Vague separately from what?
It's this thing.
Should you examine those separately?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Why don't you clarify that, Mr.
All
Scheck?
right. Let's try this. Would you agree that items of evidence collected from suspects should be handled separately from evidence samples?
yes.
Because this practice guards against sample mix-up and cross-transfer.
Yes.
You have a protocol in your laboratory.
Yes, we do.
It's a detailed protocol.
Yes, it is.
Are you familiar with section 6.3 of your protocol?
I don't know the protocol by number, but if you read it to me, I'll let you know, or you show it to me, I'll.
Right. Section 6.3 of your protocol concerns the examination of samples.
Yes, it does.
We're just talking now about looking at them and examining them.
Yes.
We're not talking at this stage about cutting them.
Yes.
We're not talking at this stage about packaging and handling them.
Well, no, wait, we have to back up. When we're talking about examining them, there may be some cutting. I'm sorry, I
Okay.
agreed with you too quickly on that one.
Sorry.
It's, yes, we are talking about having the evidence out there and sampling it.
And this section of your own protocol is something you rely on,
Yes, it is.
something you think is a good idea.
Yes, I do.
And in your protocol, does it not state that in general, the examiner should examine only one item of evidence at a time,
Yes,
marking the evidence with the unique identifier,
yes,
returning it to its container before opening another item,
yes,
and, in particular, items of evidence collected from suspects should be examined separately from victim samples.
yes,
And that's a practice that your protocol indicates will guard against sample mix-up and cross-transfer.
yes,
And you think that's an important precaution to take against cross-contamination, don't you?
cross-contamination and sample mix-up, yes,
And mix-up of samples.
yes,
So, in terms of this logo, which we don't intend to have, clip art's limited, and this is not supposed to look like men's room and women's rooms logos. But you agree with this principle that one should separate suspect victim samples.
yes,
Now, let's turn to E. Now, wouldn't you agree that
Of extraordinary importance is the need to handle reference samples, be it from a suspect or victims, separately from evidence samples.
Objection, handle and separately or vague, Your Honor?
Phrase.
Just in terms of would you try to keep separate the taking of any blood from a reference sample in terms of the time and place from the examination, cutting, or handling of an evidence sample?
By that, do you mean, for example, preparing a swatch of the reference stain or
Yes.
the reference sample, that sort of thing? Yes.
That is a cardinal rule, isn't it?
Well, I don't know if it's a cardinal rule, but it is an important concept, yes.
That's in your protocol.
It may be the exact wording I'm not sure of, but I think it's important.
Are you familiar? Did I give you the Amplotype guide?
Yes, I have it here.
All right. Why don't you again look at section 2.2.2, special precautions.
Okay?
Ask you to look at sentence 1,
Okay?
starting with "it is important."
Okay?
Do you rely on that section?
Objections, vague, rely on for what reason?
Oh, well, obviously for the application of this process.
Let me make sure I'm pointing.
2.2.2 on page 2.
Yes.
I do agree with and I do practice that the DNA extraction will be separated in time from the reference samples against the evidence samples, but the PCR setup of evidence samples, it says, should be performed at a separate time from the DNA extraction and PCR setup of reference samples. I don't follow that. Usually what I do is I put the evidence samples first in a set that I'm going to do the PCR analysis on, and then I get to the the reference samples last along the stream, so that you don't start upstream with the reference samples. Instead, they're downstream from that process. But I do extract them separately. Yes, I agree with that part of it.
Well, all right, let's start with this. So you would agree that it is important that DNA extraction
Not misreading.
DNA extraction of evidence samples be performed at a separate time from DNA extraction of reference samples.
Yes.
And this precaution will help prevent potential cross-contamination between evidence samples and reference samples.
I agree with that.
Now, you're familiar with the California Association of Crime Lab Directors open proficiency tests in 1988 and 89.
I have some familiarity with them, yes.
And you have studied the factors that led to false positives by different DNA laboratories that participated in that open proficiency test.
Objections, irrelevant, also hearsay.
Sustain.
Are you aware? Have you familiar with that going into the content yet? Have you familiarized yourself with the circumstances surrounding false positives obtained by the Cellmark Laboratory.
Sustained.
All right. With respect to false positives arising from RFLP testing, when a laboratory is handling at the same time reference samples from a suspect and evidence samples, are you aware of false positives ever arising in that context?
Overruled.
In other words, am I aware of any documented example of that?
Yeah.
When you were that specific, I couldn't recall that. I am aware of sampled mix-ups, but I wasn't sure of the actual what got mixed up with what.
Well, before you came in here to testify, Mr. Sims, you were watching this proceeding on television?
Some of it, yes.
When Dr. Cotton was testifying, weren't you upstairs in the prosecutor's office watching television in terms of her testimony?
I actually spent very little time up there watching television.
Where did you watch it?
I watched some of it in my hotel room, and I watched a little bit of it when I was upstairs, but most of the time that I'm upstairs, I'm not watching the television.
Did you watch her testimony?
Some of it.
Watch cross-examination?
Some of it.
Talk about it with the prosecutors?
A little bit.
In your reading in terms of forensic DNA testing, have you read literature concerning false positives on the CACLD tests?
It's irrelevant, calls for hearsay, 721 of the Evidence Code, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Were the false positives in the CACLD tests a matter of concern to people in the forensic DNA community?
Objection, it's irrelevant, calls for hearsay, 721 of the Evidence Code, assumes facts not in
I'm only
evidence.
asking if it was a matter of concern.
It assumes that it knows it.
Yes.
You recall when those results were announced?
Yes, I do, roughly the date, the time.
And you recall that you mentioned Dr. Blake.
Yes.
He participated in those tests.
Yes, he did.
He got a false positive in the first round, too.
I believe it was a false positive, although it may have been a false negative. I'm not sure, but he did have a problem on one sample.
And he was using PCR.
That's correct.
And Cellmark was using RFLP.
Cellmark, my understanding, was using RFLP. Dr. Blake was using PCR DQ alpha in the a different dot plot format than is used now.
Did you hear Dr. Cotton's testimony with respect to how the false positives arose in the CACLD tests?
You know, I think I missed that part.
You did?
I don't recall hearing all that.
In your review of the literature with respect to the CACLD open proficiency tests, did you become aware of a false positive arising when samples, evidence samples were handled?
Objection, improper foundation, 721, it's hearsay.
Sustained.
With respect to handling reference samples, the same time in the same area as evidence samples, all right?
Okay.
Isn't that a particularly dangerous practice because the reference sample has a high concentration of DNA in the whole blood?
Objection, it's compound, same time and area, it's vague, same time and area, particularly dangerous practices.
I think he's already conceded that.
Right, overruled.
It's also argumentative.
Overruled.
Now, again, could you, when you describe the same, is it what, the same time and the same place? Is that what
Yeah.
you're saying?
You discussed before, remember you saying, pouring out a reference sample and making a card in the
Yes,
same
I-
area that one is then handling reference samples.
You mean that one is then handling evidence samples?
That's right, evidence.
Yes,
Thank you.
I think that would not be a good idea.
And one of the reasons it's not a good idea is that the reference sample contains a high concentration of DNA in the whole blood
That's correct.
and a very small amount of blood, talking microliter,
Yes,
that is transferred to an evidence specimen can cause a cross-contamination.
that's true.
A microliter of blood contains how many nanograms? High molecular weight DNA, would you estimate?
Yes, that would be about 20 nanograms, something like that, per microliter, because it's about 20 microliter, I'm sorry, about 20 micrograms per mil. So you're taking it down. That sounds right, about 20 nanograms per microliter.
Could be more.
Whole blood. It could be more. Some people have more, some people have less.
And did you hear Dr. Cotton's testimony with respect to how much DNA was in the evidence lane of item 52 in her RFLP test?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Sustain.
All right. Are you aware of how much DNA was in the reference lane for 52 in the Cellmark RFLP test?
Objection still calls for hearsay, no foundation, calls for speculation.
It's also irrelevant. Sustain.
Relevant?
Already in the record, counsel.
Well, that's the point.
You want to pose it as a hypothetical of a particular
Okay.
nanogram.
Okay. If there were thank you. It's a long day. If there's cross-contamination of microliter particle blood to a swatch, that could cause as much as 20 nanograms, 25 nanograms, high molecular weight DNA to be on a swatch.
Yes,
And you can get RFLP results from as little as 25 nanograms.
on a good day, yes.
Now, and of course, you can get PCR results on how much DNA?
In our laboratory, the limit we would test would be down in the, what we would call 300 picograms, which is 0.3 nanograms.
Let's talk small here. A nanogram is a billionth of a gram.
That's correct.
So what's a picogram?
That's a trillionth of a gram.
Can you see it with the naked eye?
You wouldn't see the DNA, no.
Could you see the amount of blood that it would take to from which one could get? What did you say? How many picograms could you do?
300 picograms?
300 picograms.
Well, I think, make it a little clearer. From a blood stain that's about 1 millimeter by 1 millimeter, you could get about 2 nanograms. So that's 2,000 picograms. So I think that gives you an idea of how small we're talking about.
Well, is that something that you would suspect?
Excuse me, Mr. Scheck, I don't think Mr. Sims was finished answering.
Oh, were you finished? I'm sorry.
I guess I'm done.
Oh, you finished?
I lost the train anyway, so go
Well,
ahead.
let's get back on the train. The size of, you said 300 picograms?
Yes,
The size of a particle of blood that could create, from which you could extract 300 picograms of DNA, would that be visible to the naked eye?
I think it would be visible, but it would be a speck. I mean, it's very small.
Now, the amount that of speck of blood that would give you 2 nanograms, it's pretty small too.
Well, now again, that's about a millimeter by a millimeter, and that's pretty small, but it's visible, very visible.
Now, let's see, I guess it's, let's turn to G. Another precaution that one takes to prevent cross-contamination is not to do PCR processing on multiple samples at the same time.
Objection, PCR processing is vague,
Sustained.
All right. In the PCR, let's talk about the PCR process a little bit.
Okay.
One stage, you would literally cut the sample, correct?
Yes.
What's the next stage? Would you call that part of the extraction process?
No, that would be part of the sampling.
Sampling process. What's the next process?
The next process, once you've got it in the tube, is to go through the actual extraction of the DNA.
All right. And you do that how?
Well, in our laboratory, we do that by a procedure that involves placing the, or adding to that swatch, that stain, a solution that has a soap, a detergent actually in it, and an enzyme that chews up the protein. And that releases the DNA, and then that excess protein is removed by organic reagents, and then we do a purification step through a ultracentrifugation through a membrane.
But just visualizing it then, you take a piece of that extract, you put it in one of these little microfuge tubes.
You take a piece of that swatch. Yes, and you
put it in the
that
microfuge tubes,
That's
and
the
then you
first
add all those things you were just talking about into that tube.
That's correct.
All right? And so you create a whole series of test tubes with these swatches.
That's correct.
And some of these tubes are the ones that you were talking about before that you were calling reagent blanks.
Yes, you would include reagent blanks in there.
And that would be just a tube that had just the ingredients but no swatches.
That's correct.
And when you're talking about some of those substrate controls, those would be those little tubes, but they would be the substrate control swatches, not the evidence specimen swatches.
That's correct. They would be in there too.
Right. And you would also, you mentioned something that you called a quality control, correct?
Yes, in our laboratory we run that.
And that's another swatch?
Yes.
And you cut that swatch up and you put it in another one of those little tubes.
Yes.
And then after you do what you call the extraction process, putting the swatches in the tubes and adding the ingredients, what's the next stage?
Well, then after you've got that process, you end up with a solution that has just the DNA. And so then the next stage would be the evaluation of the DNA as far as quality and quantity.
That's called the slot blot?
Yes, for the quantity, that's the slot blot.
All right. Quantity is what we call a SWOT blot analysis.
Slot blot
SWOT
analysis,
blot.
yes.
Did I say SWOT?
Yes.
Slot blot analysis. You do that for all the tubes.
If you go that route, sometimes we use a yield gel for
All right.
quantitation.
Or sometimes we've had a discussion of something called a yield gel, right?
Yes,
And that's a method by which you get an assessment of the total amount of DNA in a sample.
that's correct.
Well, I'm
And
sorry.
also the quality of the DNA, whether it's degraded or not.
All right. And just so we understand what a yield gel tells you the total amount of DNA, but it doesn't tell you whether that DNA is bacterial or human.
That's correct, unless you do another procedure where you blot that gel and
Right.
test it.
And another procedure one can perform after the yield gel is what you call a southern transfer.
That's correct.
And that's literally one of those, like the RFLP gels or those little agarose, it's a little agarose gel.
Yes,
And you get little bands, just like we saw in the RFLP.
yes,
And those little bands, depending on how intense they are, give you some understanding of how much human DNA as opposed to bacterial DNA you have.
yes.
All right? Now, if you're doing a slot blot and you're doing 20, you try to withdraw. Each stage of this procedure, whatever you're doing, you're going to do to all those different tubes.
Yes.
After you do the slot blot or the yield gel or the southern transfer to that stage, what's the next stage?
Well, then you would move into the typing stage, and that would be, for example, the RFLP setup, which is the restriction, or if you did PCR, that would be the amplification of the DNA.
Right. And if it were PCR, the amplification of DNA, you take those test tubes and you stick it into that thermal cycler machine.
Thermal cycler, yes.
That's what amplifies up, does what they call the molecular Xeroxing of the DNA.
That's correct.
All right. And if you were doing X number of tubes to the extraction, the slot blot, then the next thing, when you did the amplification, you would take it and do it with the same number of tubes, right?
Yes, I mean, assuming you're going to do that with all the tubes, right? I mean, in
Right.
other words, you're treating them as a group, yes.
And when you amplify them up, sometimes that's referred to as amplification run.
Yes.
Now, in terms of this process, is it a good precaution to limit the quantity of samples you do in a single run to a manageable number?
Good precaution.
All right. How many of these samples did you do at one time the most in this case?
I have that information, if I can have 1 second to look it up.
Mr. Chef will be taking a break at 2:30.
Thank you.
The greatest number of samples that I analyzed at one time, and this would include the stains and the substrate controls, plus a QC sample and an extraction blank. These were all from the Bronco, and I believe the number is 21.
When was that?
That, I can tell you, I think if you look at on page 34 of my notes. Yes, that was on September 21st, 1994,
What page is it?
page 34.
You're familiar with the Amplitype user guide recommendation in terms of samples?
Yes, I don't know the exact number in there, but I think they do mention a number.
15?
15 sounds close to the right, but you have to recall that when you do this kind of test, you're really limited to the amplification of about 16 samples. Actually, not the amplification, but the typing, you're limited to about 16 at a time. So that might be the number that they're discussing, because you'd have to include a positive and negative control.
Well, including this.
Well, yes, 15 sounds funny to me, but it might be correct.
page?
Yeah, I'll get a page.
Mr. Sims, can you tell us? What page?
Page 4. Number 14.
Is that two? Okay. Limit the should I?
Yeah, read it to yourself, see if you,
See if that refreshes your
does that
recollection.
refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does.
All right, the number's 15.
Yes, it says approximately 15.
Now, would you agree that when performing all the operations that we talked about in terms of the processing of the samples, it's important not to rush?
I agree with that.
These are delicate procedures.
Yes.
That the opening of a tube, popping of a tube and the creation of an aerosol has been known to cause cross-contamination in this process.
Objections, argumented, no
Sustain.
foundation.
Do you know if the popping open of a tube can create an aerosol, which creates cross-contamination in this process?
Now this
Objection, popping is vague.
this would be a tube of DNA.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm aware of that, and that's why we always spin our tubes down so that that won't create that aerosol problem. So we always spin a tube down before we pop it open.
You have to be careful is exactly how you touch the tops of these tubes.
Well, I am careful about that. Yes,
One has to be, an analyst has to be.
I think it's a good idea to be. Yes.
Because just the touching of the top of these tubes and then the touching of the next one can cause can cause cross-contamination.
Well, not so much from the outside of the tube. I mean, it's not that there's a problem with it on the outside. As long as you spin that down, that's the main thing. So that you don't have any liquid up near the top of the tube. I think that's what you mean.
Now, let's go to H.
Okay.
We're actually looking at H. I'm looking at the clock before I go into H. This might be a good time to take a break.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our break at this point. Please remember all my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you. Mr. Sims, you can step down, and we'll take a 15-minute recess.
Would include the quality control sample, the extraction blank, and then substrate controls intervening the stains.
Right. Now, at the break, you and I reviewed your notes as to how long it took you to do that procedure with the 21 samples from beginning to end.
Yes.
And I think you began that on the 8th of September,
Yes.
half day,
Yes, that's what we figured.
and then September 9th, you said it took you all day,
Yes.
and then September 14th, another half day,
Yes.
and September 15th, at least a half day, maybe 3/4 of a day.
Something like that. Yes.
And then September 20th, a half day.
Yes.
September 21st, a day.
Yes.
Altogether, between yourself and Miss Montgomery, who participated in this process, how many days did it take you to process those samples from beginning to end?
From the point of sampling to having a typing result on DQ alpha,
Yeah.
that was about 7 working days,
7 working days.
approximately.
Can you imagine being able to process those samples, 21 samples from beginning to end in one day?
Calls for speculation,
Sustain.
imagination.
Sustain.
Now let's turn to, what is this? H. Now, there are other kinds of precautions that one takes in terms of processing samples for purposes of forensic DNA typing, aside from the ones we've previously reviewed in terms of which kinds of samples one would handle at different times and different places?
Yes.
All right. Now, let's start first with aerosols.
Okay.
Now, one kind of aerosol we've already discussed is the kind of spray that can occur when one opens up a tube.
Yes, if one has not spun it down, that's a concern because you can get liquid accumulating it under the top of the cap.
And this would apply also to one of these lavender top tubes that contains reference samples.
Well, they're under vacuum, so yes, that's a concern when you open one of those for the first time.
And when you open one of those for the first time, one has to be quite careful about the aerosol of whole blood from the reference tube.
Yes.
And in pouring that out, let's say onto one of these paper cards, one has to take great care.
Well, one has to be careful about what else is in the laboratory, yes.
Now, aside from aerosols from liquids, can one have aerosols from dried biological particles?
I don't know if they're properly called aerosols, but you can have, for example, powdered blood, something like that. You have to be concerned about that.
Powdered blood would be small particles of dried blood.
Yes.
Now, if one were to take a test tube that contained blood swatches that had dried on the inside of the test tube,
Okay.
and then one takes a pipette, holds the test tube up and scrapes the blood stains out of the test tube with the pipette.
Swatches.
I'm sorry?
The swatches.
Swatches out
Okay.
of the pipette.
Okay.
You with me?
Yes.
Could that not cause an aerosol of powdered blood to fall on the surface over which the test tube was held?
Well, in my experience with that kind of a sample, you usually see some flakes. It's not as fine a powder, but you see more of like a flaky effect.
Could see a flake, but in terms of the dried swatch, could be an aerosol?
If again, I'm not sure that's the right term, but if you're talking about
Particles.
airborne particles, yes.
Airborne particles.
Yes.
And the pipette itself is a flexible instrument.
Now, by pipette, do you mean one of those that has a disposable tip on it, or do you mean like a glass? Can you?
Glass.
Yes, it's not very flexible. It's glass.
Well, one of those thin plastic ones.
Oh, okay. Yes, those are flexible.
Right, and they can flick particles.
Yes. Yes.
Especially when you're pulling it out of a tube.
Yes.
So that's another kind of aerosol, if using that definition.
Yes.
And these are particles of blood
Yes.
from which nanograms of DNA can be extracted.
Well, if these are real small specks, I don't think you'd get nanograms.
Well,
I mean, if
again, how many?
Objection, Your Honor. The cutoff was answered.
I'm sorry, did you
Just
finish,
thank
Mr. Sims?
well, no, I was just going to say if you had a large flake, then that would be nanogram quantities, but
Well-
not the kind of minute specks that I think you're talking about. Those are not nanogram quantities usually.
Well, let's go back to our discussion of specks,
Okay.
all right?
Yes.
How small a particle can one get to derive 2 nanograms of DNA?
Well, from that, if it was solid blood, it would be a very small flake, something like that.
Now, let's turn to paper.
Okay.
When examining biological specimens, is it not an important precaution to change paper just in examining each item?
I think that is an important precaution, yes.
So just so we know what we're talking about, let's say you were examining a blood swatch on a white piece of, what do they call it in labs, butcher paper?
Yes.
After examining that swatch, it would be important to remove the paper from which the swatch came before then examining another swatch on that paper.
Yes, in other words, you wouldn't want to examine two swatches on the same piece of paper. I would agree with that.
All right? And in terms of, let's go back to our situation with the test tube being, with the dried swatches being scraped out with the pipette
Okay.
and paper below the test tube.
Okay.
Would it not be an important precaution against cross-contamination to change the paper every time you removed a set of swatches?
I'm having a little trouble conceptualizing what is that swatch then being directed into? I need to
All right.
get clarification on that.
There is paper, butcher paper covering a table,
Okay.
section of a table,
Okay.
and then on top of that butcher paper is a rectangular bindle.
Okay.
You saw bindles in this case, did you not?
I did.
Bindles from the Los Angeles Police Department.
Yes.
Bindles that contain swatches.
Yes.
I ask you to assume that the bindle is on top of the butcher paper
Okay.
and that the test tube with the dried swatches is being, the swatch is being scraped out of that test tube with the pipette, aiming for the bindle surrounded by the paper.
Okay.
Would it not be sound, fundamental laboratory practice to change the paper underlying the bindle every time you moved to a new item?
I think I would do that. I don't know if it's absolutely mandatory to do that because the bindle does act like a new piece of paper if it's big enough. But I think it would be a good idea to put a clean piece of paper underneath each bindle, yes.
Well, the particles or the aerosol may not hit the bindle.
That's correct.
And to protect against cross-contamination from those particles, it would be sound practice to change the paper.
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Well, I think it would be a good idea to either change the paper or to put like a wipe or something, some kind of tissue over that paper so that you covered that area, yes.
Instruments. Withdrawn. Before I move from... Now, in your laboratory, is it not part of your protocol that not only that the paper underlying an item that you just examined, right, should be changed every time you examine another item of evidence?
Yes, I would do that.
Isn't that part of your protocol?
Yes.
And when you're cutting or sampling an item, you would change the paper for each
Yeah.
different item.
Yes.
And that would apply to a blood swatch.
Yes.
That would apply to cuttings from a glove.
Well, now, between each cutting, is that what you're saying? I believe that's what I did in this particular case, yes.
Now, instruments. There are various kinds of instruments that are used to manipulate biological evidence in a crime lab.
Yes.
Tweezers.
Yes, or forceps is what we call them in the scientific world.
Forceps. And is it important to make sure that you clean all instruments that are used in manipulating biological specimens?
Yes.
Gloves. Is it part of your protocol to change gloves every time you handle a different item, biological evidence?
I don't believe I change my gloves after every item. What I do sometimes would be usually to wash my gloves. And certainly if I had any indication at all that I may have something on my gloves, I would discard them right away. And after, for example, I've been working around the laboratory and handling doors and things like that, I would change my gloves also. But I don't believe I would change my gloves necessarily between each separate item.
Did you change your gloves between each swatch that you handled in this case?
I don't believe so. I don't think so.
You know? Would you agree that not changing gloves, let's start this way. In handling a wet swatch, would you change your gloves between handling each swatch?
Objection, handling is vague, Your Honor.
Rephrase.
All right.
What part of the process are we talking about?
Removing a swatch, a wet swatch from a plastic bag, would it be sound practice to change gloves between handling each set of wet swatches?
Objection, removing is vague, Your Honor. Oh,
Well, I think if you mean this by the scenario we talked about earlier where you're sticking the tube up in there, I think if there's any danger that you would have blood getting onto that tube, then I think that, and then you touch that tube, for example, that would be a good idea to change your gloves, yes.
And in the process we talked about where you're scraping the swatches out of the test tubes onto the bindle and paper, between each set of evidence items, would you change your gloves?
Well, now there, as you're explaining it, you're sort of, you're creating a situation where it's coming down onto your gloves. I'm not sure that the criminalist might have the material out in front of him or her so that they're really not having the particles come down onto the gloves. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Well, would you, as a precautionary practice, looking at the process we're talking about, scraping the swatches out of the tube,
Okay.
all right, dried swatches out of the tube, would you change your gloves between handling each of those items?
No, I don't think so, because I think one could reach into that tube and dislodge that sample in such a way that then one wouldn't get powder onto the gloves. I don't know that I've ever done that procedure, so it's hard for me to evaluate it on my own experience, but I think at least one might wash one's gloves after each item. That would probably be a good idea.
So your testimony then is you either change your gloves or wash your gloves between each of these items.
I think that would be a good idea, but again, it depends on how exactly that manipulation is performed.
Maybe I asked you this question, let's make sure I asked you this question. Did you either change your gloves or wash your gloves between handling each swatch in this case?
objection, compound.
Sustained.
All right. You testified a second ago that you didn't necessarily change your gloves between each item.
That's correct.
All right. Would you, between handling each of the swatch items in this case, have either changed your gloves or washed your gloves?
Yes, I believe that is correct.
All right. So you were either using a new set of gloves when you handled each separate item, or you were using a set of gloves that you'd washed.
Yes, I was trying to save the taxpayers a little money by washing them.
Okay. Now, that with respect to, well, actually, we move to I. Viewing each of these different factors in terms of cross-contamination, okay?
Okay.
Starting to the right hand of that white line, right?
Okay.
The first one, we were talking about degraded samples,
Okay.
right? And we agreed that in handling degraded samples, that is, the fact that samples are degraded creates a risk of cross-contamination in and of itself.
Yes, there is greater risk with those samples.
And handling a reference sample, now looking at the test tube plus one, all right?
Okay.
Reference sample in the same area during the same period, either by pouring off sample from the, popping up the top of the tube, pouring it onto a card in the same area during the same period. One is handling evidence samples. That kind of situation can increase the risk of cross-contamination.
Objection, period is vague, Your Honor.
Oh, well,
Yes.
And handling samples from a suspect and a victim at the same time can create a risk of cross-contamination of samples.
Can we clarify a little bit about samples from a suspect and a victim? I think we had a little more detail when we discussed that earlier.
Well, you recall that discussion. It's represented by that logo without reviewing it all.
Yes, I agree with that.
And then we talked about samples represented by that scale of samples with high DNA concentration and low DNA concentration.
Yes.
And then we talked about samples from different crime scenes.
Yes.
And we talked about handling many samples at the same time.
Yes.
Now, with respect to all those different contamination factors to the right of the line, those represent, in a sense, situations that can raise the level of risk in terms of making an inadvertent transfer of cross-contamination.
Yes.
Now, looking to the factors on the left-hand side,
Okay.
if you combine the creation of an aerosol,
excuse me, counsel. This witness has never adopted your characterization of aerosol. Airborne particles, perhaps, but
Thank
not
you.
aerosol.
airborne particles, represented by the clip art of fireworks.
I like that.
Thank you. All right, talking about airborne particles, all right?
Okay.
Combining that with any of these other situations to the right of the line, that is a sort of a mechanism of transfer that would increase the risk of cross-contamination.
Yes.
And the paper. You recall our discussion about not changing paper.
Yes.
If you combine not changing paper with each of those situations, that is a mechanism of transfer that can increase the risk of cross-contamination.
Yes.
And with respect to the Bunsen burner representing the cleaning of instruments, if one does not adequately clean instruments, that can be a mechanism of transfer that facilitates cross-contamination, raises the level of risk in the other situations to the right of that white line.
Yes.
And with respect to gloves, either not changing gloves or washing gloves.
Right.
Okay? Between samples, combined with any of those other factors to the right of the line, can become a mechanism of transfer for cross-contamination?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's turn to note-taking.
Okay.
Your protocol has a section dealing with note-taking.
Yes.
Are you familiar with it?
Yes, I am.
Do you rely on it?
Yes, I do.
Good. Would you agree, and I'm now referring to PEC section 7.3 of your protocol, that the functions of note-taking are to support the conclusions in the laboratory report, to permit internal review of the work product, to allow reevaluation of the data by outside scientific observers, and to provide a foundation for the introduction of work product into court?
Yes.
Do you agree that notes are to be made at the time the work is done, and to accurately reflect what was done?
Yes.
So the way that you filled out notes in this case is that you would perform a procedure, and then after performing the procedure, you would write down what you did,
Yes.
and write that down in detail,
Yes.
including, for example, changing or washing gloves.
Yes, in some instances, I did that early on, and then as things became more routine, I just kind of knew that that was part of the routine.
And would you agree that for casework, analytical notes should be recorded on DNA case note forms or the appropriate run sheet or checklist? Each page should be numbered,
Yes.
dated,
Yes.
and initialed by the analyst.
Yes.
And handwritten notes should be made in ink.
Yes.
It's a fundament. You've been working in criminalistic labs for how long?
Almost, well, 19 years.
All right. And when you make your initials on various pieces of packaging, you do them in ink.
Yes, it would be rare that I'd ever have a pencil around these in my lab.
And corrections
Yes.
should be made by lining through the original, so the original text is still visible,
Yes.
and initialing the correction.
Yes.
And that's a precaution that criminalists take to ensure chain of custody.
Yes.
Objection that's argumentative, also relevant beyond the scope.
And with respect, do you rely on the section of your protocol entitled Documentation, Section 3.3?
Yes, I do.
Would you agree that note keeping is defined as documentation of work as performed?
Yes.
And as performed means both that the record is made at the time the work is done,
Yes.
and what is recorded is what is actually done.
Yes.
Now, you reviewed bindles from the Los Angeles Police Department in this case,
Yes.
bindles that contain swatches,
Yes.
and the initials on those bindles were in pencil.
I think that most of the DF ones were in pencil, as I recall.
And those bindles didn't have dates.
I think a couple of them did, but I don't. I certainly, you asked me earlier if I saw any with the June dates, and I don't think I had any with the June dates on them, if that's your.
Did you see one bindle with the initials AM for Andrea Mazzola? Any of the swatches you had?
No, I don't recall seeing AM on any of those bindles.
Now, you have a manual for your laboratory,
Yes.
and as we agreed before, it's detailed.
Yes.
Everyone in the laboratory is familiar with that manual.
Yes, they should be.
And the provisions of that manual are not just guidelines that analysts are free to ignore if they feel they want to.
That's correct. They cannot ignore those.
And would you agree, as an expert in crime lab procedure, that being careful and paying attention to detail in the handling and the documentation of samples is very important?
Yes.
And that being sloppy about the handling of biological samples with respect to DNA testing is something that should be avoided
Yes.
because of the dangers of cross-contamination, or at least that's certainly one of the reasons.
That's one of the reasons, yes.
And when we talk about inadvertent transfers, would you agree that sometimes one makes accidents in the handling of samples that one is aware of?
Yes.
You might be aware that you saw some particle of blood, for example, on a glove,
Yes.
but accidents can happen that you're not aware of
Yes.
in the handling and the manipulation of samples.
Yes.
And it is for that reason that it is important to follow the precautions that we reviewed so far this afternoon.
Well, there's a lot more to that, but yes, that's part of it.
And in terms of at the end of a DNA analysis, when you're looking at an autorad or a typing strip, and there is some indication in your controls, positive control, a negative control, a quality control sample, of an irregularity, it is often difficult to go back and figure out what stage of the process went wrong that caused that irregularity.
It can be difficult, but one can take a systematic approach to that and track back and perform the different parts of the experiment. And also, if one has, for example, extracted DNA or raw material, one can repeat that analysis. That could be part of the way of tracking that back. You may not figure out exactly what happened, but then you could still get the correct result. For
example, on these DNA typing strips for PCR, one sees dots.
Yes.
And when certain dots light up, that's an indication that perhaps some amount of DNA associated with an allele has been detected.
Yes.
But sometimes dots can light up, and one wonders whether or not that is DNA that really comes from the starting material that you're examining, as opposed to something that may be just what's called an artifact in the process.
Objection, compound.
Sustained with phrase question.
What is, can dots light up on that PCR strip and it not be the DNA from the starting material?
Yes. That could happen, for example, if you had a mix-up of sample or something like that. Yes.
Or it could happen from some kind of contaminant that gets into the reagents.
Yes.
Can happen from some cross-contamination in the handling, in the extraction, cutting and extraction of the samples.
Yes.
But when one starts the reconstruction from looking at that dot plot,
Okay.
It can often be difficult to figure out exactly what occurred to cause the dot to appear.
Sometimes it is difficult, yes.
Now, let's talk for a second about your training in forensic DNA analysis.
Okay.
You testified that you started at the Department of Justice in 1990.
Yes, in January of 1990.
And was that your first exposure to doing forensic DNA analysis?
No. Well, as far as doing it, my first training in DNA went back to 1988. but that was a class that I took in how to perform DNA analysis. But my first job involving DNA analysis was 1990, yes.
And that's when you started at the Department of Justice.
Yes,
But you did not begin to do casework in January of 1990.
that's correct.
You began a process of training.
Yes.
And could you describe for us, and you didn't, I think you told us in direct examination that you didn't begin doing casework until May or June of 1993.
92.
92, I'm sorry. So how long was that from the time you first started at the DOJ lab?
About 2 years, a little over 2 years.
But before you started at the DOJ lab, did you have extensive experience in crime lab procedures?
Yes.
How many years?
Well, as part of all the time that I was in criminalistics, so that would be, what now, about 14 years of experience in criminalistics before I went to the Department of Justice, something like that.
Doing conventional serological testing?
Yes.
And dealing with biological specimens?
Yes.
But you did not begin doing casework until you finished 2 years of training.
That's correct.
And when you did your training, did you receive guidance from people that had PhDs or doctorate degrees?
Yes.
People who had training in molecular biology?
Yes.
People who had doctorate degrees in population genetics?
Yes.
And you, I think the phrase you used on direct examination when Mr. Harmon was asking you why it took so long, you said something to the effect that it's important to know what makes a good blood stain into a bad blood stain.
Yes, that was part of, I think, when we were discussing our environmental abuse experiment, where we exposed blood and semen stains to a wide variety of environmental conditions to evaluate whether or not we would get the right or the wrong answer.
And so it would be important for criminalists who are collecting, packaging, processing, extracting, performing DNA analysis to have an understanding of what causes degradation in samples.
Objection, misstates the testimony, it's argumentative.
I'm asking him if that's true.
Oral.
Yes, I think that would be important, that people collecting biological evidence should have some basic understanding.
They should have a basic understanding of what can cause cross-contamination in
Yes.
forensic DNA analysis.
Yes.
And this, I think you indicated, is only the 8th time you have testified in court about your forensic DNA work.
Well, I think this is now 9.
9. Okay. Now, you talked on direct examination about laboratory accreditation.
Yes.
You indicated that the Department of Justice is accredited by what's known as ASCLD Lab.
The American Society of Crime Laboratory Directors Laboratory Accreditation Board.
Yes. Now, this is a group of people that are doing forensic work.
Yes.
And I think you said that, I think it was to save me some time, that with respect to the recommendations of the National Research Council of the National Academy of Science in their book, DNA Technology in Forensic Science, that you don't rely on any of it.
Misstates the testimony that he gave.
Oral.
I think as I understand Mr. Harmon's question was, did I rely on anything in there to reach the conclusions that I reached in this case?
Oh, okay. Are you familiar with the recommendations in that book concerning laboratory accreditation?
Objection, it's irrelevant, it's hearsay under 721.
Oral. You
No
can answer the question.
foundation.
You can answer the question.
I'd,
Yes or no, are you familiar with it?
no.
Didn't read that chapter?
Well, I don't remember the administrative stuff.
Do you recall reading a chapter 4 called Ensuring High Standards?
Yes, I remember this chapter.
May I approach? Oops. Do you know whether you would rely on any part of this chapter as in terms of your expertise in criminalistics?
It's vague and what he would, it's irrelevant what he would
I'm trying
rely
to
on.
save time.
It's hearsay, it's foundational, 721.
I think you'd have to ask me on a point-by-point basis,
Some you would rely on, some you wouldn't.
depending on what that section says.
Mr. Scheck, why don't we move on? I'm not overly optimistic on this line of questioning.
Well, let me just try. Try a little bit.
Well, you haven't got, we don't have,
Objection.
wait, I'm discussing this with counsel. I'm trying to give him some guidance. Why don't you sit down? I'm not overly optimistic, Mr. Scheck, given the lack of the foundation at this point. So why don't we move on?
I've located the sentence. Let me just ask this one and then I'll move on around. Let me call your attention to.
Ask him if it refreshes his recollection
Yes.
whether or not he relied upon that.
Yes, that's exactly what I mean.
No, don't read it. Let him read it.
I'm not. I'm pointing him out. Let me just call your attention to the sentence. On page 102 in the section dealing with establishing standards in forensic DNA typing, starting at the bottom of the page, moving into the top of page 103.
Reading parts of the book.
Call his attention.
No.
Just
Go ahead and
that-
read it.
Just read that to yourself and then tell me whether you rely upon that section.
Objection, it's vague and relied upon it in forming what opinion?
Rules, counsel.
Have you relied upon that in forming your opinions with respect to accreditation of laboratories?
No.
Proceed.
Now, do you believe, you were asked questions about clinical medicine on your direct examination and DNA typing in clinical medicine.
Yes.
All right. Are you aware of standards or regulations in clinical medicine and how they compare to the standards on forensic laboratories?
No.
So the issue is, you know forensic standards,
Yes.
but you're not aware of the standards required of laboratories who are using DNA typing in clinical medicine.
That's correct.
Process of preparing your laboratory for ASCLD accreditation improved in some measure the work in the laboratory?
I don't think it necessarily improved our work product. I think what it did was to bring it all together for us, and I think it addressed some issues. I mean, when you talk about accreditation, this would even include safety issues, evidence handling issues as far as security of the laboratory. All those things are part of it. I don't think in a particular way that it changed our work product. I don't think it changed the quality of our product. I think what it helps to do is to tell the users of our services that we are meeting certain minimum standards, and so it's saying that we meet those standards.
I'm not asking you I think you were asked on direct examination, were your results as reliable before the accreditation process as after? You recall that?
Yes,
That misstates the testimony.
Not asking you that question.
okay.
I mean, in terms of cases, are you aware of making a mistake in any of your forensic DNA typing cases to this point?
No, I'm not aware that I've made a mistake in any of my cases.
Right. On the other hand, would you agree that the process of accreditation, which I think you've indicated, you review all the different techniques in your laboratory?
Yes,
You look at how various people in the laboratory handle biological evidence.
yes,
You would look into some of the factors that we discussed this afternoon in terms of trying to prevent cross-contamination and precautions that ought to be taken.
yes,
That's the kind of thing that's done during the accreditation process.
yes.
And during the accreditation process, did you work on that manual that we've talked about?
Yes, I think we had to put together the manual as part of our accreditation, yes.
And in putting together the manual, you went through the details of exactly what people did,
Yes,
and people learned exactly what procedures ought to be followed with care.
well, people didn't learn that from the manual. We knew those things, and so we incorporated those things into our manual to say that as a reference that this is how we're doing things, and we're telling people that this is how we're doing things.
Right. And maybe some people in the laboratory had one way of doing things and other people had others?
Well, we were actually pretty much all on the same wavelength as far as those concerns, but there were some minor things, yes, that we improved upon.
And in the process of accreditation and in the putting together of this manual, what happens is that you set out uniform standards that you can be sure everyone associated with that crime lab will follow.
Well, I can be sure that they know that they're supposed to follow those, yes.
Right. And you would agree that that's a benefit of going through the accreditation process?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Now, on direct examination, there was some discussion of your role in what's known as certification.
Yes,
And accreditation is something that's done for the whole laboratory, correct?
yes,
But certification is a process where an individual criminalist is examined.
that's correct.
And I think you told us something about being on the board of American, what is the title of that?
I was on the board of examiners that, for example, I would work on certain test questions. I would also proctor the examination.
And this would be for the individual analyst, the certification test.
Yes,
And would you agree that the process of preparing for the test has the effect of improving the work of an individual analyst?
yes, I think that's a fair statement. In other words, part of that is the educational benefit that one gains from preparing for that sort of examination. Yes,
I mean, no matter how experienced one is, you can always learn some new technique that will improve your level of practice.
yes,
So you would agree it's important that criminalists who work for a number of years in the field be certified?
I think it's important that the criminalists move towards certification. Yes, our field has been slow to do that, and we are now coming online with certification more and more.
Do you know Dennis Fung?
I know him from watching him in this case, yes.
Do you know if your organization has certified him through its examinations?
I don't.
It's irrelevant, beyond the scope.
Sustain.
Are you familiar with the guidelines for the collection of DNA evidence that was published by the FBI?
Yes, I think, was that the one that Dr. Lee was a co-author of? Yes,
All right. Have you reviewed that document?
yes.
All right. Do you rely on it?
Objection, it's vague. Rely on what?
Sustain.
For what reason?
All right? Is there anything you saw in that document you don't rely on?
Objection, still vague.
For purposes of methods that you, in your expert opinion, would believe are sound for the collection of evidence items for purposes of forensic DNA analysis?
I don't recall any statement in there that I disagreed with, no.
Now, the last part of this section of our discussion here, Mr. Sims, I have a series of photographs, Your Honor, that I'd like to mark.
1160 A through,
Yeah, maybe 1168, A, B, C, D, E, and F.
all right, 1160 A
And
through.
you and I reviewed these photographs, did we not?
Yes, we looked at them just briefly.
And these are photographs of you in your laboratory.
Yes, these were taken a few weeks ago by Dr. Blake.
And these photographs were show you at different stages of the process by which you, I guess, initially handled and cut the samples in this case.
Yes, Dr. Blake asked me to reconstruct and just sort of go through what it looked like as I was processing the samples in this case.
And could you review those and suggest which order we ought to go through them?
You didn't put those in order, A through?
I think we did, but I'm only asking him whether I have the order right. Oh, no, I got it.
Okay.
How about if we renumber them in the order we're going to use them? Renumber them, re-letter them in the order we're using them.
Yeah, I'm going to do that.
All right.
Let me show you B.
Okay.
We're going to start with B.
Start with B. A is a surprise. Could you describe for us what's depicted in A?
Yes, those are, I believe, my hands. What I'm showing is the process of how I'm cutting out a sample here. This is just a blank card, obviously, it's a white card. I'm showing that I have a laboratory bench that I have bleached now. I have a...
Well, let's just stop right there. The laboratory bench is the bench that blue, what would you call it, hospital?
Hospital-type diaper, we call them, something like
Okay,
that.
hospital-type diaper, that's what it's on, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And so before you put that hospital-type diaper on the bench, you bleach it.
Yes,
And the purpose of bleaching it is to make sure that you get rid of biological material that could contain DNA.
yes,
All right. Then you put the hospital-type blue, what should we call it, blanket,
sure.
on the bench.
Okay,
Then what's that white paper on top of the blue hospital blanket?
okay. The way I'm processing this case, the way I process this case, and other cases certainly too,
I would put down a new one of these blue pads for each one of the items that I looked at. Keep in mind that each item is, in general, each item is a coin envelope that contains 2 bindles. So inside this coin envelope are 2 bindles. One of the bindles would contain the swatch with the blood stain on it. The other bindle would contain the substrate control. So I would change this blue pad between each one of those coin envelopes. So now when I would open the coin envelope, before I would open the coin envelope, there would also be one of these white Kim wipes. It's just a piece of white tissue, a large size tissue, like a Kleenex somewhat.
Is that the white,
Yes,
Chem wipe is the white, larger white object on top of the blue blanket?
Yes. And so I would process the bindle containing the stain on top of one Chem wipe, and then I would change the Chem wipe and then process the next bindle containing the substrate control with a new Chem wipe.
So what you're actually doing there is that just for one item, all right, one item that contains the swatch with the specimen on it and the substrate control, between the substrate control and the specimen, you would change the surface you were working on, that Chem wipe.
Yes, in most cases, I think on some of these it may have just been one Chem wipe, but I'm working on it. You can see it's a large Chem wipe, so I'd work on 2 different areas of it.
But either different areas or you change the Chem wipe.
Yes.
All right, what would be, and the manila envelope there, that's to replicate the coin envelope?
Yes, that's to replicate the coin envelope.
All right, and on the upper left-hand, well, I guess it's the upper right-hand corner of the screen, we see another one of those blue hospital blankets.
Yes.
And what's on that?
Excuse me. Well, that would now contain that orange object is a test tube rack. And so as I process these test tubes, I would place each tube individually into that rack. In other words, once you put a stain swatch into a test tube, then it's capped and placed into that rack so it's out of the way of the other material. And then also on there you can see there's another little Chem wipe that has a little blue plastic tube popper on it. That's used to pop these tubes open so that way you don't do it with your glove, you do it with the tube popper. And then finally, I think I'm laying out another Chem wipe that would have the capped unused tubes. In other words, where I would get the new tubes from, because those come out of an autoclave jar at one point, and then you would lay some of those out capped, ready to go.
I'm sorry, finished? Just use the word autoclave. Could you tell the jury what an autoclave is?
Yes, it's a process whereby reagents and equipment is steam sterilized. In other words, it takes things up to a very high temperature to sterilize.
And the purpose of that is?
Well, the purpose of that is to destroy biological material and to break DNA down into very small fragments.
Helps prevent cross-contamination.
Yes.
Okay. Now let's go back to you say a scissors in your hand?
Yes.
And that's in your right hand. What's in your left hand?
That would be my forceps.
All right. And you were asked some questions on direct examination about your forceps. Sometimes people call them tweezers, or like tweezers.
Yes, tweezers.
Now, are your tweezers serrated?
No.
They're like the tweezers or the forceps that jewelers use. They're ground down, correct?
Yes, they're like those.
And it's your understanding that forensic DNA scientists that do the work you do will employ such ground down forceps.
Yes, that's not just DNA, that's from conventional serology days.
Conventional serology days.
Yes.
It's a general practice among criminalists to avoid handling samples with serrated tweezers, because the problem with serrated tweezers is that they're harder to clean.
They are harder to clean, yes.
Okay, so please go on and tell us about what you're doing there.
Well, I'm just proceeding to cut into this sample is what I would be doing. And I think that's it.
Okay, great. Let's move on to C.
Okay.
What are you doing here?
There, you can see the tap is running, and I'm washing my forceps.
Or what are you washing them in at that point?
That's just tap water. In other words, that's a big gush of water to get any of the bulk material off.
All right, so you start with the water to get the bulk material off. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Let's move to D. What are you doing in D?
I'm wiping my forceps with a Kim wipe.
What are you doing in E?
Now, at this point, this is the next part of the cleaning process where I'm actually rinsing them down with a little spray bottle of alcohol.
And what are you doing in F?
This is the flaming process. Whenever that Bunsen burner was lit, people in the laboratory knew that Dr. Blake and I were working together. But that is used to what we call fire or flame the actual tools, and that's sort of a final, ultimate killer of anything. I mean, it would certainly carbonize any biological material that may be left over.
And you would do this between each item.
Yes, and that would be even between each substrate control, of course, too.
You go from the specimen and you would go through this cleaning procedure?
Yes.
Including the last part of the autoclaving or using the Bunsen burner?
Yes.
And then you would move to the specimen. Or specimen substrate control, you clean in between.
Yes.
And the last picture, which I know you didn't want me to show, that's you in the lab, right?
Yes, this is a picture of me in the laboratory. That's my U.
Okay, thank you.
That's your U?
Yes, the shape of the bench is a U, so we call those U's.
What's our timing? I can't even remember. Did we take a break or we're moving right through it?
We're just
I forgot if we took
moving
a
along,
break.
4:30.
Okay. Let's now move to the Bundy blood drops.
Okay.
Now, plastic bags. In your opinion, sir, putting a wet swatch, or swatches, in a plastic bag, folds over, then putting that plastic bag in a coin envelope, putting it on the floor of a crime scene truck for 7 hours in the month of June. I won't say anything about, just make assumptions about the temperature being something on the order of in the 60s in Brentwood.
I
In
grew
Los
up in
Angeles.
LA, so I know
Okay.
I know what June is like. It's usually a little overcast part of the morning, and it's
Well, why don't we assume it's about 11 to 12 o'clock in the afternoon?
okay? The skies are starting to lighten up. People are heading for the beach.
And it's in a crime scene truck.
Okay.
And it's there for 7 hours
Okay.
before opened.
Okay.
Would you agree that putting swatches in a plastic bag, wet blood swatches, in that fashion, would have the effect of degrading the DNA in those samples.
So,
Provided that there was some bacterial action, for example, that came with the substrate material, yes, that could get that process going.
And the bacterial agents could be on, you saw some pictures on direct examination about the locations of items 47, which was photo number 117, 48, photo number 118, 49, photo number 119, 50, photo number 120, and 52, I think, photo number 122. You saw those.
Yes.
Those blood drops, right?
Yes.
You saw the substrates.
Yes.
Would you have a reasonable expectation that those, that swatches made from those blood drops would contain biological, bacterial agents that when those swatches put in the plastic bag, kept there for 7 hours, moist and wet, would begin a process of bacterial degradation?
Yes, in other words, if this is a blood sample, then the bacteria would feed on the blood, and yes.
In your opinion, is a sound practice to collect wet blood swatches of this kind containing from substrates that have some dirt, put them in plastic bags, the truck in my hypothetical, for 7 hours? Is that a sound practice?
I don't think it's a good idea to leave them that long.
Because that could have the effect of causing severe degradation of the samples.
Well, it could certainly lead to degradation. The severity is, I'm not sure of.
Well, because it's hard to predict exactly how extensive the process of degradation might be.
Well, I don't know if it's that hard to predict. I mean, bacteria have certain growth cycles, and people have characterized these things quite well. So I think you could do the experiment. I think you just don't know exactly how much is in the starting material. That's what would be hard to predict.
You conducted yield gels of the blood drops from Bundy.
Yes.
And the result of your yield gels indicated that they contained lots of bacterial DNA.
Well, that's what it suggested, although one should keep in mind we did not do a specific test for bacteria, but that's what I interpreted to be the most likely cause.
There, in these yield gels, did you see that part of Dr. Cotton's testimony where she put a yield gel up there for the jury?
I may have seen that, yes. I think I did.
The bottom of, that's one of those gels where they have some bands that are standards.
Yes.
That have a certain degree of intensity.
Yes.
And then you compare the smears in the lanes for the specimens to the standards.
Yes.
And sometimes at the bottom of those bands, there's something that are called plasmids.
Yes, I think those may be plasmids, although I'm not sure those are plasmids.
Why don't you tell the jury what a plasmid is?
Yes, a plasmid is a relatively small piece of circular DNA that's usually found inside a bacterium. It's separate from the bacterial DNA, but it's goes along for the ride with the bacterium.
And on the yield gels, one can identify areas that look like plasmid bands.
Well, the point is, I know the bands you're speaking of, and I believe they are of bacterial origin. Whether they're plasmids or not, I'm not sure.
But those bands indicate to you that there was substantial bacterial degradation in the Bundy blood drops.
Well, that would suggest to me that there's substantial bacteria. For example, when we look at a vaginal swab from a case, you'll frequently see bacteria, but that doesn't mean that the female's DNA is degraded.
Now, after the yield gel for these Bundy drops, you conducted something that you described before as a southern transfer process.
Yes,
And that was done to determine if you could identify the amount of human DNA that were in these samples.
yes,
And and you were able to get some, and then you did what's known as a slot plot.
yes.
Did you do that before? I think you did that before or after the southern transfer.
On one of the times we did it after, I think another time we may have done it before.
But, finished? But the slot plot is a way of determining the amount of human DNA
Yes,
in the specimen.
yes,
And so what we had in these Bundy blood drops was a substantial amount of bacterial DNA
yes,
and some amount of human DNA.
yes,
And from those tests, you can't tell how the amount of human DNA got there.
that's correct.
Now let's talk about how much human DNA you were able to identify in these samples.
Okay,
Now, for sample 47, you received 2 swatches.
I believe that's correct, but I'd like to check my notes on that point.
All right. If I may approach the witness, I have a chart that may assist him.
All right, you want to show that to Mr. Harmon? Mr. Scheck? Mr. Scheck?
It's my own work notes.
Well, if you're going to show it to the witness, you have to show it to...
Oh, yeah, that's correct.
Sure. I've never seen it before. I have a chance to review it too, Your Honor.
Sure. Mrs. Robertson, you want to...
You know what, Your Honor, just to save time rather than do that, he's going to look it up. You're going to look this up. You're not going to take my word what's on this chart, are you? You're going to look it up in your own notes?
Mr. Scheck, I'd take your word for anything.
Well, why don't you just
I'll look it up.
look it up?
But just to make sure we're connecting here. Now, this was with regards to number 47?
47.
Okay. I had, by the way, prepared a little spreadsheet that just is a roadmap to my notes. That's what I'm looking at to find these
Maybe I
things.
could look at that.
Sure.
Okay. So you received 2 swatches.
Yes.
And they weighed 8.5 milligrams.
This is now number 47.
47.
Okay, that would be correct.
And the weight extracted by you was 4.7 milligrams.
Yes, I took the larger piece.
And you got 4.34 nanograms of human DNA.
I'm sorry, you asked me how many, what was the quantity?
4.34 by the slot plot.
That sounds about right. I had about 3.8 after I did the quantitation. When Dr. Blake and I would review these quantitations, I went back and figured out he went back and figured out the total yields, I believe, but what my notes would reflect was probably how much was left after I had done the quantitation, because that's what I had left to work with. So that sounds about right, about 4 nanograms.
Yeah, 4.34.
I'd go for that.
Now let's assume that there were 5 other swatches associated with sample 47 weighing 28 milligrams. And let's further assume that the biological matter, the blood, was randomly or evenly distributed over those other swatches.
That's quite an assumption sometimes, if you're talking about
Just
uniform.
assume that.
Okay.
Yes, the proper hypothetical, there's no foundation for it.
Overruled.
And let's further assume that, maybe this will be the easiest assumption to just make and quantify. Let's just assume that out of all the material associated with sample 47, all 7 swatches, you extracted 12.9 or 13% of the DNA.
Okay.
Would you project then that associated with all the swatches, there would be about 33.6 nanograms?
Well, without a calculator, I wouldn't assume that, but.
About in that area.
Okay, say again, your amount was?
That you had about 12.9 or 13% of the sample,
Okay,
that if we were to calculate, thank you, Your Honor, if we were to calculate the total amount of human DNA in the sample, it would come to something on the order of 33.6
well,
nanograms.
yeah, that sounds about right. It'd be
All right.
about 10 times what I had, so, yeah,
Now let's try sample 48.
okay.
You received 2 swatches weighing 8.1 milligrams. Extracted 6.5 and got a slot blot of 4 nanograms.
Again, let me check that. Okay, this is item number
48.
48. Okay. And you said about 4, is that right?
4.
Okay.
So, based on the weight, assuming that you extracted 80% of the total amount in those 2 swatches, that if you were to project total amount of DNA on the swatches, it would be 5 nanograms.
Yeah, I can eyeball that.
All right? Let's turn to sample 49.
Okay.
You received about 2 swatches and I think something like a thread that weighed 4.6 milligrams altogether.
Well, now keep in mind on 49, there were 2 different submissions on that, but you're talking about the initial one.
Yeah. Well, to cut to the bottom line, let's assume that there were altogether 5 swatches
Okay.
associated with this sample, weighing a total of 19.6 milligrams. You extracted 2.5 milligrams and got a quant of 0.24 nanograms, which would mean that your quantification represents 13% of the total sample extracted, and therefore the total amount of human DNA in the sample would be on the order of 1.8 nanograms.
That sounds about right, yes.
Let's turn to item 50.
Okay.
You received 1 swatch weighing 7.2 milligrams.
Okay.
Assume that there's a total of 4 swatches with a total weight of 22.2 milligrams.
Okay.
the weight of your extraction is 3.6.
Wait, I'm sorry, back up, there were a total of how many swatches?
4,
4. Okay, and mine was 7.2?
right.
Okay,
And the total weight is 22.2 mil.
oh wait, if there's 4 and I've got 7.2, doesn't it have to be closer to about 30 milligrams?
Is this a hypothetical, or if it is, there's no foundation for it? It's
No.
improper hypothetical.
Well, it's a little late now that we've gone through several.
Well, better late than never, Your Honor.
That's true. Why don't you re-ask the question, clarify with Mr. Sims?
Why don't we just, the weight you extracted was 3.6 milligrams.
Oh, okay, what I extracted was 3.6, okay, that's where,
And
Okay.
assume that's 16% of the total.
okay.
Is that a hypothetical? If it
I'm
is,
asking him
there's
to
no-
assume that.
There's no basis for it. Objection on that basis.
Sustained.
Your Honor, you're aware that all the swatches were weighed in this case at your laboratory at Cellmark Diagnostics.
Calls for hearsay, it's compound.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I asked, subject to connection,